Chapter 319, Lord Bao. The plump young man moved extremely fast, and if Ling Han did not still have a sliver of the divine sense of the heaven tier, he would definitely have discovered the trick the young man had played. However, with his sharp eyes, this fake whatever sphere could not have possibly deceived him. Come. Because you look pleasing to my eyes, I'll just ask for 10 origin crystals. The plump young man came closer, and extended the ball towards Ling Han. Ling Han received the ball, and said, smiling, how about if I explode you, then I wouldn't have to pay a single origin crystal. While that would mean one less time I can use this, it is still a rather profitable bargain. The plump young man laughed and said, my tanned brother, you are really a great joker. Ling Han gave a flick of his fingers, and the ball shot quickly towards the skies. The plump young man could not help but follow it with his eyes and raised his head to look at the skies. Ling Han moved to grab the hairpin on his head, and said with a smile, I don't want that whatever sphere. I only want this hairpin on your head. The plump young man was shocked and hurriedly raised his right hand. Wang, instantly, an intricate pattern of designs on his sleeve lit up, forming a gentle white light which blocked Ling Han's attack. He experienced a slight tremble, and Ling Han could not help but take 2 steps back. He only felt a numbness in his right hand. There actually appeared spiderweb-like cracks on his hand, from which blood was seeping out, forming beads of blood on his hand. But when he circulated the indestructible heaven scroll, the wound immediately healed, and he was instantly unscathed again. Yo, so you're an expert. The plump young man came back to his senses and stretched open his hand to catch the ball that Ling Han had previously thrown. Unfortunately he had initially wanted to act cool, so he had not looked up at the skies at all. Who would have guessed that he had estimated wrongly, and the ball heavily dropped onto his head. He quickly stretched out his hands to cover his head, and his cool image was instantly ruined. Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, just from the outfit you're dressed in, no ordinary sect would be able to afford to develop you, so why have you come all the way here to trick little kids? I won't deceive you. I'm just strong in appearance but weak in reality. If it wasn't because I had this outfit as support, when I encounter an expert like you, wouldn't I have the tables turned on me and be robbed? As the saying goes, if one is traveling around the country, one has to do 2 jobs at once and attach equal importance to each. The plump young man chattered endlessly, without the slightest embarrassment from being caught red-handed. How should I address you? Ling Han patted his shoulder. As the saying goes, if one is traveling outside, you have to depend on friends. My surname is Ma, and my name is Duo Bao. Others call me Lord Bao, but because we've hit it off so well, you can just call me Big Brother Bao, the plump young man declared casually. I say, little brother Bao, we're considered friends, and as the saying goes, you could stab knives at both sides for a friend. But I don't really need you to pierce yourself with a knife. However, this belt doesn't look bad, so why not just give it to me? Ling Han said with a smile. Pay. Ma Duo Bao instantly jumped. You are really greedy. How much have I paid just to get this black jade belt? Furthermore, I am Lord Bao, or Big Brother Bao, not Little Brother Bao. Your surname is Ma, so why don't I call you Bao Ma? Ling Han patted his shoulder, and continued, this pair of shoes are not too bad either, and from what I can see, our feet are about the same size, so why don't we exchange shoes? No way. Ma Duo Bao rolled his eyes. I say, how can you be even more two-faced than me? Don't wrong me, I am very pure, Ling Han replied in a deadpan voice. Pure your sister. Ma Duo Bao hurriedly ran off, and as he ran, he continued to say, don't waste the precious time I have to earn money. I'm going to go and con a few more idiots. Pa. By the time he had said his last words, there was already no sign of him. Ling Han's expression tensed slightly. This young man was very unusual. From head to toe, whatever he wore were all spirit tools, and he himself gave Ling Han the feeling that he couldn't see through the former at all. The current world of martial arts was prospering, and not only were geniuses appearing endlessly like spring bamboo right after a shower, but so monsters and freaks were coming out successively. He did not believe that he was the only one who had noticed that Ma Duobao was covered in spirit tools, but this brat was still living smoothly like a fish in water, so he had to have some tricks of his own that even those in the older generation did not make a move against him. A smile curled up the corners of Ling Han's lips. He had now changed his appearance. Even if he entered the Black Tower in public or used the demon birth sword, who would have any idea who he was? Of course, if he could avoid using them, that was best. The most important thing now was to first get hold of the Thunder battle armor and create trouble at the Winter Moon sect while he was at it. Ling Han returned to his original spot and was just planning to rest for a moment when he saw a young man dressed in purple come over. There were more than 10 people following behind him, and he carried himself with such arrogance as if his eyes were growing on his forehead. "Hey, brat, during the trial tomorrow, just join our Zhao alliance and become my underling," the purple-clad young man said, as if he was merely making a statement. "Come and thank our Lord Zhao quickly. Otherwise, for a brat that is going solo like you, that would definitely be delivering yourself up to die." One of his lackeys instantly started flattering. "Brat, do you know how many famous geniuses have appeared this time around? Do you know of the little Overlord spear, Yang Chong? He's going to participate tomorrow as well. There's also the Sword of Justice, Bai Ming, and that's someone who has been praised as being able to split apart a mountain with a single strike," the others added. "If you meet with these people, your only fate would be death. That's why we have gathered in a group. Only if we stay united by Lord Zhao's side would we be able to survive. You don't have to think about the top 100. Even the Winter Moon sect would be sending their young elites to participate, so it'd be fine as long as we can enter into the top 10,000. After another 5 years, those of us who have still not yet reached 30 years old would naturally be able to participate in the trial next time, and at that time, we can compete for a good ranking." Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, "Your plans are quite good. However, a bunch of trash united together is still trash. I'm sorry, but I have no plans to work together with trash. That would lower my standing." Insolence. These guys shouted in their anger and were just about to make a move on Ling Han, but were stopped by that purple-clad young man. It is strictly forbidden to make trouble at this moment. Whoever creates trouble will be disqualified, and in serious cases, they would even be killed on the spot, the purple-clad young man rebuked sternly. He turned to look at Ling Han, and said with a smirk, "Tanned brat, you will submit to pressure only after turning down our request. Make sure we don't meet tomorrow. If I don't rip out all the bones of your body, then my name is not Zhao Ri." A flash of killing intent flickered in Ling Han's eyes as well, and he said calmly, "If you are so desperate to seek your death, I would not mind killing a few pieces of trash. Let's go." Zhao Ri led the others away, and headed elsewhere to collect lackeys. There were many people like that who were ensuring their positions with both money and ability. That was because it was not safe enough to simply buy plaques. The trial would last for 3 days, and if they were targeted by a powerful elite and subsequently robbed, then wouldn't that be a complete waste of their money? As a result, those with the slightest bit of intelligence had begun to seek out lackeys. After all, there was strength in numbers, and others would not easily dare to assault them if there were many of them gathered together. Ling Han was all alone by himself, and so was naturally continuously targeted by others who wanted to pull him into their camps. After all, the first layer of the gushing spring tier was not considered weak anymore, and among the young generation, could be considered quite powerful. Chapter 320, Secretly Intervening. Reverie _ In order to avoid being frequently harassed, Ling Han planned on going to a place where there were less people. He squeezed through the crowd, and after a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Unexpectedly saw Qiong Yi, Zhao Huan, and other old friends from the Rain country. There were still many people he didn't know. It should be because of him that the youngsters of Rain country walked together, warming each other up. It truly was quite the coincidence. Before they met at the small town in the Fallen Moon Gorge, and now here, making Ling Han feel as if he were still in the Imperial City in the Rain country. Why'd he see these people everywhere? Unfortunately, Ling Han didn't attend, or else with his strength, not only would he firmly enter top 100, but also would he have a chance of taking first in the second round's exam, Qiongyi said, feeling deeply moved. Yeah, that guy is too freakish. He was obviously at the first layer of the gushing spring tier, but his strength was heaven-defying, killing even a warrior in the spiritual ocean tier. Zhao Huan nodded. He originally thought extremely highly of himself. Even the third prince wasn't in his eyes. She thought that the third prince's cultivation was only slightly higher than his, and that was why the third prince was ranked above him. However, seeing Ling Han attack, he was completely convinced. Not to mention Ling Han, he absolutely couldn't compare with Feng Yan Tian Zhao, and even Hu Niu would completely overrun him. He already completely abandoned his haughty airs, and after possessing a normal heart, he instead had great gains, already feeling the great door to the spiritual ocean tier. Qian Wuyong shook his head as he said, "It can't be helped. Ling Han and the Winter Moon sect have hatred solved only by death, so how could he possibly come here to find a teacher? Moreover, he's an Earth-grade alchemist. Would he need to walk through these procedures? As his status can even parallel a sect master's, which large sect wouldn't want to clasp him in their palms? Sigh, that's thunder battle armor, and it's said to be passed down from the ancient times. There's even a strong art inside that can operate the power of lightning. Unfortunately, if Ling Han doesn't come, none of us here will get it." Qi Yongyi shook his head repeatedly. Yeah. Everyone nodded. They already developed some sort of blind faith regarding Ling Han's battle prowess. Ling Han couldn't help but secretly laugh. If he were to take first, and if these people found out later on that it was he, what sort of expressions would they have then? Ha ha ha, truly laughable. A sudden mocking laugh resounded as a youngster wearing a long gray sleeve robe walked over, picking his nose as he said, "Is it my ears that have problems, or is it that you frogs at the bottom of the well have a leak in your mouths?" Actually saying that someone in the first layer of the gushing spring tier can take first place in this time's exam? What does our conversation have to do with you? Zhao Huan stood forward. He was now the strongest one that walked out of the Rain Country's doors. Thus, encountering this situation, he naturally was unwilling to leave such responsibility to others, standing out first. If you guys spoke the truth, then there naturally wouldn't be a problem. The key is that you guys talk too big, so I just couldn't hold back. The gray-robed youngster shook his head repeatedly. How about you guys call out the guy called Ling Han and let me have a look? I, Zhao Hongqing, can suppress him with one hand. You want to battle, I'll keep you company. Zhao Huan said without any fear. A mere 9th layer of the gushing spring tier. Zhao Hongqing sneered and said in disdain, "I'm at the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier. You guys do know just how large the difference is between the spiritual ocean tier and the gushing spring tier? Even for a 9th layer of the gushing spring tier, the distance to first layer of the spiritual ocean tier is separated by a great chasm. I wouldn't want to bully you." Qi Yongyi and the others' expressions stiffened. The higher the martial arts tier, the harder it was to cross tiers to battle, especially a large tier. They weren't so freakish like Ling Han, being able to dominate a spiritual ocean tier warrior while at the first layer of the gushing spring. Oh, so you guys come from the desolate north. Zhao Hongqing clapped his hands abruptly, and laughed out loud. No wonder the lack of experience, turns out you're a bunch of country bumpkins. Sigh, I'm truly bored to have lowered myself to the level of country bumpkins. If anyone were to know, they'd definitely mock me. Whatever, you guys continue to look at the sky from the bottom of the well. Wait till you encounter me tomorrow, hee, I'll kill you guys one by one. As he spoke the last few words, his expression was already full of threat. Qi Yongyi and the others' expressions turned blue with anger, but the contrast in strength was clear, so what if they got more infuriated than ever? Besides, brawling wasn't tolerated at the bottom of the mountain gate of the Winter Moon sect, and if they dared to attack, they'd only invite humiliation and suffer the Winter Moon sect's expulsion, having no chance in tomorrow's exam. That would be an even worse loss. Sadly, Ling Han isn't here, or else would this guy dare to be so arrogant? Everyone was deeply resentful. Not to mention Ling Han, Feng Yan or Yan Tian Zhao could easily suppress Zhao Hongqing, even Hu Niu could do it. How unfortunate, how unfortunate. Ling Han heard it all, and couldn't help but smile slightly, picking up a few random stones off the ground and curling his fingers to flick them. Ayaya. Zhao Hongqing stumbled abruptly as his right-left leg went soft and he couldn't help but half kneel on the ground. He immediately stood up again and shouted furiously, Who dares to blindside me? Qi Yongyi and the others were momentarily startled, but after they heard Zhao Hongqing's words, they couldn't help but crack into laughter. Great expert Zhao, aren't you a great expert, so how come you don't know who surprise attacked you? As I see it, this guy just naturally loves to kneel and has weak legs, so he found an excuse. Hee, great expert Zhao, your master's here, come kneel down again. Zhao Hongqing was so angry that his eyes burned with rage. He turned around fiercely, looking towards Qi Yongyi and the others. Even he didn't believe that amongst those people were an expert that could surprise attack him. He looked toward his surroundings, and felt that most of the presences were at the element gathering tier, and only a few practitioners were in the gushing spring tier, much less the spiritual ocean tier was the only one. Could he really just have had a cramp? He turned to try to walk, but as his right leg raised up, he felt a fierce pain in his left leg. He staggered and knelt down again. Pwahaha. Qi Yongyi and the others guffawed again, but also revealed surprised expressions. Once might have been by chance, but would a spiritual ocean tier have such an accident twice? Then, someone definitely did sneak attack Zhao Hongqing, and that person had to possess incredible strength to be able to do it while hidden so well. Subject Zhao, you may rise. Everyone naturally wouldn't let go of such a good chance to ridicule him. Zhao Hongqing stood up, and this time he really was hurt somewhat seriously. Once he stood up, he stumbled once again, kneeling straight back down. He lowered his head, and revealed an horrified expression. Shockingly, on his knee was a bloody hole, which must have penetrated right through his kneecap. Hiss. If the person wanted to kill him in secret, wouldn't that person's attack be able to easily penetrate through his skull? There were several 100,000 people here, and even the Winter Moon sect couldn't possibly control everything, right? One hit to kill without witnesses, how would they find the murderer? Besides, he would be dead, so what if he could get revenge? Zhao Hongqing wasn't stupid, hurriedly stood up on one leg, paid respect towards his surroundings, and said, This junior doesn't know where he has offended you, please forgive me. No matter what this junior has done or said, he was simply sharp-tongued but without malice. He paused momentarily, and when he saw that there were no movements in the surrounding, he attempted to leave with a crippled leg. And this time, he no longer suffered another attack, finally resting assured. He felt cold sweat all over his body, his clothes were soaked thoroughly, sticking close to his body. Ling Han smiled slightly. He intentionally beat Zhao Hongyong into a cripple, so that, at least tomorrow, Zhao Hongyong wouldn't be able to attend the exam. Thus, Zhao Hongyong naturally wouldn't encounter Qi Yongyi and the others, and neither would he be able to enforce his threat and kill them. Chapter 321, The Examination Begins. Reverie _. One day's time quickly passed, and the Winter Moon sect's once every 5 years disciple recruitment event finally began. Hong Long Long, the enormous mountain gate, which hasn't been opened for an unknown amount of time, slowly opened. It was so heavy that when it opened, it was as if an earthquake had happened. Sese, small rocks kept falling down from the nearby mountain walls, and the mud on the ground was trembling like a carpet. Everyone's scalps numbed. This was truly too stunning. Just opening the mountain gates could cause such a large commotion. An indescribably dazzling flash of light shot out from within the mountain gates and made everyone close their eyes instinctively, not daring to look. Only after this light gradually went from strong to weak then gentle did people look over again. At this time, an old man walked through the mountain gates, stepping through the air. With each step a flower blossomed, and formed extremely bright lines of fabric one after another, not disappearing for a long time. Flying through the air with one's physical body, the flower blossom tear. Everyone instinctively felt deep veneration. This was an existence beyond mortals, and in normal people's eyes, one just like God. Otherwise, even if mortals could fly, could they have a long lifespan that reached 200 to 300 years? This sect opens its gates, for disciple recruitment has officially begun, the old man said indifferently. His voice was very soft, but traveled to everyone's ears extremely clearly. At the same time, it suppressed the voices of the 100,000s of people here. It was very hard to imagine so many people shutting their mouths altogether. The scene was so quiet that the drop of a needle could be heard, and the truth was so. If a flower blossom tier warrior's presence couldn't suppress 100,000 normal people, then they wouldn't be worthy of being called those who surpassed mortals. The rules you all know, so this old man will speak briefly. Enter the mount gates in sequence and pick up a token, then go into the mountain forest from the side. There is where you will fight. This sect's disciples that are under 30 years old can also attend, but they can only join on the third day. Battle and seize the tokens. This is your priority. You have to get to the northwestern part of Yulong Mountains in 3 days. There is a ravine called Fallen Goose Valley there. When the moon rises to the zenith on the third day, those who haven't reached the Fallen Goose Valley will be disqualified. So, if you think you've gotten enough tokens, then you can head to the Fallen Goose Valley early on. You don't have to wait until the 3 days are over. Depart from here, a total of 26 routes that lead to the Fallen Goose Gorge. You guys can decide on your own which path to take. Since you attend the exam, life and death is your own responsibility. Start. The old man sat cross-legged, suspended in the sky, but his large presence pressed down and made everyone feel as if a stone pressured their hearts, not daring to breathe loudly. Everyone walked forward one by one to receive their tokens. Those all alone immediately ran towards the depths of the forest, and those seeking to form a party began to wait here. Very soon, small teams were formed one by one. Ling Han's gaze swept by. He saw several people who stood out, a red-clothed youngster carrying a 6-meter-long spear, emitting an iron-blooded and bloodthirsty aura. His cultivation was of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, quite beyond the norm. Ling Han judged he was little Overlord Spear Yang Chong, who reached the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier at 24 years old. Was out of the ordinary as expected. Guang Yuan used to be at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier and now crossed into the 8th layer, but the two were 20 years old apart. Yang Chong immediately felt Ling Han's gaze and looked back contemptuously. He resumed to take large strides forward, seemingly not to care about Ling Han at all. Yes, this guy needs a good beating, Ling Han thought to himself. He then looked towards a youngster with a sword fastened by the waist. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding people, that was Sword of Justice by Ming, also at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, his battle prowess was unfathomable. It was rumored that he'd once slain a bandit at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier with one strike, and his reputation was very widespread. There was also a red-coated girl whose face was like peach blossom, breathtakingly beautiful. A large red flower was fixed on her head, contrasting with her delicate white face such that it was alluringly beautiful. A black whip was tied around her. It outlined her thin waist as if it could be grasped with one hand. It made her lofty bosom appear even grander, and her perky buttocks formed a stunning arc. In the martial arts world, the number of females was evidently less than that of males, and beautiful women were even rarer. Much less, this girl was also at the spiritual ocean tier. Thus, she was like a magnet that attracted countless gazes of people in the surroundings. Men were fervent, and women envious. From the discussions of the surrounding people, Ling Han found out this girl was called Si Chi Meng. As for whether she was strong or not, no one knew, as no one has seen her attack. Ling Han temporarily only saw 3 slightly stronger people. There were too many people here, and he had no way of seeing them all. He could only see the few near him. The tide of people was too congested, so after 1 hour, Ling Han finally entered the mountain gates and received a token. He walked slowly into the mountain forest and immediately saw a group of people set their gazes on him. However, the more calm and collected he behaved, the more these people dared not to move rashly. Who knew if he was disguising as a pig to prey on the tiger? Also, the Winter Moon sect never said one couldn't use spirit tools. On top of that, battle prowess could be completely inestimable. However, even if they didn't attack, that didn't mean that others wouldn't. Hand over the token and get lost. Yang Chong took large strides over and yelled at a small team that guarded here. The other party was waiting for their people and hadn't left. Yang Chong, the exam just started, why must you have such great temper? Give Miao Tai Ning, face, and let everyone mind their own business. How about it? The team's leader walked out and saluted towards Yang Chong with folded hands. Courting death. Yang Chong sneered, charging out and throwing out two palms together. How brazen. Miao Tai Ning yelled furiously and hurriedly called his underlings to meet the fight. However, no matter how many dregs added together, they were still dregs. These people weren't even qualified to force Yang Chong to draw his spear, and instantly, 3 people were smashed into bloody rain by iron fists. Miao Tai Ning was one of them, and this instantly scared the others, who completely lost their fighting spirit, turning to run. All of you stay. Yang Chong leapt out, one punch took care of one, and instantly, this small team was annihilated. He looked towards a passing youngster and said, "You, search out the tokens on their bodies for me." The youngster was scared pale and didn't dare to resist at all, hurriedly finding the tokens on the corpses that were all over the ground and carrying them quiveringly before Yang Chong. Yang Chong took out a bag and put away the tokens, then waved his hands as he said, "Get lost. If I see you again within a day, I won't make things difficult for you." Thank you very much, young Master Yang. The youngster exulted, hurriedly bowing his head to say thanks. Yang Chong paid no heed, shifting his gaze to another small team. His murderous spirit could be felt slightly. Run. The few small teams immediately fled helter-skelter, running into the forest as if they were already dead. Yang Chong revealed an expression of disdain, but as his gaze swept by, he revealed an intense desire for battle and said, "You too, want to battle me?" Bai Ming and Si Chi Meng had already received their tokens and walked towards the mountain gates. Chapter 322, People with the Same Pursuit. Reverie _ These 3 strong prodigies all had the cultivation of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. It was quite surprising. Bai Ming showed no sign of weakness and looked towards Yang Chong, and Yang Chong did the same. One reached towards the sword hilt and the other reached towards the spear, burning with desire for battle almost as if they were going up in flames. But at last, they didn't make a move, only looking at each other deeply before they entered the forest on their own. The exam just started, it was too early to fight. Even if they won, they wouldn't obtain many tokens, and instead they would just reveal their own trump cards. They weren't the only prodigies here. That tanned brother. Within the shouting, a fat and round youngster ran over almost as if he was rolling, stopping in front of Ling Han, panting. "You're too unfriendly, not even waiting for Treasure Master." Ling Han smiled faintly, and said, "You still dare to show up? Aren't you afraid of your shady business being exposed and being chased after by people?" "Pa, where have I lied?" Ma Duo Bao sneered. "Treasure Master never cheats in his dealings. Don't you ruin Treasure Master's reputation." "Hold it, do you even have any reputation?" Ling Han shook his head. "Black brother, how about we join hands?" Ma Duo Bao came closer. "Why?" Ling Han asked. "You're covered with jewels and pearls from head to toe, and you still need to join hands?" If he didn't unleash Demon Birth Sword, even he couldn't deal with all of Ma Duo Bao's spirit tools. "Hee, Black brother, wouldn't you want to do a huge business deal?" Ma Duo Bao smiled evilly, moved his head closer, and said in a low voice, "Don't tell me that you're not interested in the medicinal garden here." Ling Han was shocked. He said, "You want to steal from the medicinal garden here? Such great nerve." "Hee, we're people with the same pursuit, the second in line doesn't tell off the boss." Ma Duo Bao cupped his hands in salute to Ling Han, and said, How about it, how about it? Treasure Master is most adept in lifting restrictions." What can you do? Ling Han scratched his head, and said, From where did you get that I looked like a thief, and how come you're admitting it all on your own? Ma Duobao laughed out loud and said, All right. Treasure Master's done business for so many years, so the moment you lift your butt, Treasure Master will know what kind of crap you defecate. Like I said, we're people with the same pursuit, yet you try to cover it up. Are you not regarding Treasure Master as a friend? Ling Han rolled his eyes and said, We were never friends. Unfamiliar at first, but well accustomed soon enough, aren't we already friends? Ma Duobao looked at Ling Han twice more. This disguise technique of yours is really not bad, even almost deceiving Treasure Master. This time, Ling Han was truly shocked the other party could actually see through his disguise. He activated the Eye of Truth and looked towards Ma Duobao, but Ma Duobao reached out to cover his face. The lines of fabric on his sleeves emitted a faint light, making even Ling Han's Eye of Truth unable to penetrate it. Wow, what luck you have to actually have gotten the Eye of Truth. Ha, now Treasure Master has complete certainty. You'll be responsible for using your eye, and Treasure Master will be responsible for using his hands. I promise you that we'll steal the medicinal garden till it's barren, Ma Duobao said excitedly. A coldness arose within Ling Han's heart. This guy could recognize the Eye of Truth with one glance. Was he really just a youngster? If he could disguise himself, why couldn't the other party? However, when they entered the mountain gates, a flower blossom tier cultivator appeared. He might have looked unperturbed, but if a person with makeup surpassing the age limit were hidden in the crowd, he would definitely have found out at once. Young or not could be seen from one's life force. The various functions of the bodies of those past 30 would start going on a down slope, and their life force would appear to be on a downward trend as long as they didn't enter flower blossom tier, which was completely different from the vigor of youngster. However, if Ma Duobao was an old monster in disguise, and could deceive a flower blossom tier practitioner's eyesight, what cultivation was he at? Ling Han thought to himself, and said, All right, then let's join hands. He was very interested in emptying the Winter Moon Sect's medicinal garden. Yulong Mountains were the Winter Moon Sect's private property, and in order to avoid people from sneaking into the mountains to dig up herbs and hunt monsters, the entire mountain range was protected by a mountain protecting formation. If one tried to break through it with external power, the Winter Moon Sect would definitely be alarmed. However, they already entered the Winter Moon Sect, so they weren't scared of tripping the formation. As long as they had the ability to open up the medicinal garden's restriction, they could easily rob the medicinal garden empty. They looked at each other, both starting to laugh. As they advanced, it was clear Ma Duobao had done the groundwork, staying in front to lead the way and walking in a fixed direction. Stop there, hand over you tokens, and I can spare you your lives. However, after they walked for a while, they encountered a small team in ambush. A total of 34 people began to surround them. You go or I go? Ling Han said, smiling at Ma Duobao. Treasure Master is only interested in treasures, just keep the tokens for yourself. Ma Duobao shrugged. As expected, this guy came especially for the Winter Moon Sect's medicinal garden. Earlier, he probably scammed other people's origin crystals on a whim, and thought that it was dumb not to take advantages when there was a chance. Ling Han looked towards those people and said with a smile, Now it's a robbery. Get a bit more serious, and hand over all of your tokens. Those people were fuming with anger. They were the ones that was doing the robbery, all right? If you must go about it the hard way. Brothers, kill him. These people waved their sabers and swords and charged over. Ling Han frowned. If these people were just robbing, then he wouldn't mind robbing back and letting them live. However, these people now bared their killing intent, already harboring the thought to kill. He snorted and tapped the sword's sheath with his left hand. Xiao, the long sword instantly bounced out, seized by his hands, and with a schwa, a dazzling sword light swept across. Poo, piu, 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 fresh blood splattered everywhere. Traces of blood appeared on their right shoulders, which immediately hung limply, the weapons in their hands instantly falling onto the ground as cries were heard one after another. Ma Duobao clapped as he said, Good job on acting cool, I give you 10 points. Ling Han still didn't kill them in the end, so settled for only crippling their right arms. It wouldn't affect their movements hereafter, but they wouldn't ever be able to use violence. He said indifferently, leave your tokens and get lost. These people knew they encountered an expert. With pale faces, they hurriedly placed their tokens together and ran right away without saying a word. Now they were simply injured, and if they still weren't sensible, then they might also lose their lives. They ran backwards one after another. With their arms crippled, what the hell was the point in fighting? Ling Han picked up the tokens and put them away into the Black Tower. In front of Ma Duobao, who was adorned with jewels and pearls, he wouldn't mind revealing his possession of a spatial spirit tool. Ma Duobao definitely wouldn't think of the Black Tower that could form its own world. On the way, they encountered several more robberies. Ling Han normally wouldn't kill, unless the other party had gone too far. For example, if others unleashed a fatal sneak attack, then he wouldn't mind killing the other party with one strike. After half a day, they finally arrived at a large medicine garden. Chapter 323, Robbing the Medicinal Garden. Reverie _ It was not quite a medicinal garden but rather a large-scale medicinal farm, for there were only a few trees used for timber in the surroundings, wrapped by some cloth, forming a wall that couldn't block anything. However, Ling Han and Ma Duobao both revealed cautious looks. This medicinal garden had a restriction protecting it. It might look slack, but it was not, so it was filled with great danger instead. Little brother treasure, why don't you explain how we can sneak in without a stir? Ling Han said. This medicinal garden was massive, taking up half of the mountaintop, and within it were fields upon fields of spirit medicine, which almost made him drool as he saw them. There certainly were a few high-level spirit medicines, some he hadn't even seen in his previous life. After all, the Winter Moon sect was a superpower in the North region. It's treasure master. Older brother treasure. Ma Duobao emphasized, rubbing his hands together and staring at the medicinal garden. Now, use your eye of truth to find the weakest point of the defense. Treasure Master has a way to open a door that can be maintained for 1 day. However, we'll definitely have to slip out after 1 day. That's enough. Ling Han nodded. He activated the Eye of Truth at once and began searching. It could see through the fabricated, reaching the essence. Using it to unravel formations was the best option. Wang, flashes of golden lines of fabric were in his eyes, and the world immediately appeared in a different form. This was a world completely made up of the 6 origin source elements, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and thunder element, which formed the cornerstones of the world from which everything else evolved. The restriction on the medicinal garden completely emerged in front of him, each and every nodal joint without a thread of secret. Unfortunately, this restriction was too strong. If Ling Han were to unravel it now, then he would instantly collapse. However, to find the weakest location was still easy. Very soon, he pointed in a direction and said, there. The two walked over and Ma Duobao took out 3 spirit talismans while muttering incantations. Wang, 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 the 3 talismans immediately shone and he hurriedly pressed into the air, and with a paw, 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 the 3 talismans were as if stuck to a wall, floating in midair. The 3 talismans took 3 corners, each had 2 flashes of light surging out that connected to the other 2 talismans, forming a triangle. Let's go. Ma Duobao leapt out and through the triangle, entering into the medicinal garden. This triangle was very small. Normally speaking, it would be impossible to pass through with Ma Duobao's physique, but he contracted his stomach and his large belly actually disappeared all at once, easily passing through. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh as he said, little brother treasure, if you lost weight, you'd have some game. Pa, this body full of meat is treasure master's baby, priceless. Ma Duobao breathed in, and his belly instantly swelled up, returning to its original state. Ling Han also leapt through into the medicinal garden. Hopefully the spirit talismans won't be taken off, or else we'd be like a turtle in a jar, Ma Duobao muttered. Hey, 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 you only have 3 of those spirit talismans? Ling Han took a hold of him. Treasure Master's busy, how could Treasure Master possibly have spirit talismans left? Ma Duobao said boldly and confidently. Which meant that he'd done so many illicit things that he hadn't had the time to replenish such spirit talismans. Ling Han sighed and said, "Aren't you too unreliable? You just found out?" Ma Duobao glared. Hurry up, let's split up and leave when we've scooped up enough. If your greed gets you trapped and captured, then that's not on Treasure Master. The feeling's mutual." Ling Han smiled. Ma Duobao turned to leave and find high-value spirit medicines to harvest. If they were to rob by cleaning whole areas, it wouldn't take long to startle the Winter Moon sect, so they could only collect selectively. Ling Han also immediately began to move. There was quite a decent amount of valuable spirit medicines here. After all, this was one of North Region's 5 strongest forces. However, 8-tier and above spirit medicines couldn't possibly be seen. There was definitely a reason for North Region's martial arts level being low. It concerned the environment, which limited high-level spirit medicines growing, unless there was some special circumstance, like a shattering void-tier warrior's corpse, which perhaps contained enough fertilizer to breed a stock of 10th-tier medicine. Ling Han selected by genus, digging it up by the roots and sending it into the Black Tower. In any case, 1 year in the Black Tower was equivalent to 1,000 years in the outside world. He would soon be able to turn 1 stalk of a spirit medicine into 12 stalks, and into 100 stalks. He was collecting awfully happily, but in a short while, he heard a loud sound and felt fierce waves of origin power transmit over, shaking even the spirit medicines here. "Tanned brother, time to bolt." He heard Ma Duobao's tragic scream that was as if a pig was being killed. His extremely fat physique appeared immediately after, and behind him was an expressionless old man with the spiritual pedestal tier cultivation. "SHT, why'd you bring him over here?" Ling Han hurriedly broke into a run as well. "Treasure Mazer couldn't possibly know you were here," Ma Duobao said, feeling wronged. "But, for better or for worse, you're Treasure Master's brother from now on." "No, I'm afraid that I'll be thoroughly deceived by you." Ling Han rejected decisively, this fatty was too devious. "Pa, you actually dare to give Treasure Master the cold shoulder." Ma Duobao was extremely displeased. The spiritual pedestal tier at the back was finally angered as he yelled out, "Two foolishly daring thieves actually daring to steal from this sect's medicinal garden, submit to arrest swiftly, or else, once you're in this old man's hands, I'll promise to peel your skin and lash your veins." "Pa, you think Treasure Master was scared into maturity?" Ma Duobao stuck up his butt, slapped it hard, and said, "Come catch Treasure Master." "Tanned brother, this old man's up to you, Treasure Master's got some stuff, so I'll be going first." Shua, his figure accelerated fiercely. It was unknown who said it, but when running for your life, you don't have to be the fastest, as long as you're faster than the ones running along with you. Those words were very true. Now, the spiritual pedestal tier old man was closer and closer, only a few meters from Ling Han. "You damned fatso!" Ling Han cursed. He hurriedly unleashed his sword, slicing it diagonally. Instantly, a stalk of spirit grass was sliced off, and he threw it with a palm, smashing the spirit medicine at the old man. "Old wretch, if you dare get any closer, careful that this master might be out of sorts and everything here could be destroyed," he said with a smile. The old man reached out with his hand and swiped the spirit medicine to the side, immediately revealing an expression of caution in fear of more destruction. He was responsible for guarding the medicinal garden. If he let the place suffer large damage, then even if he caught the 2 vermin, he would still suffer severe punishment. In any case, these 2 people's cultivation was so low that even if they ran out of the medicinal garden, he would have the chance to attack without restraint. With that decided, he slowed down his steps, and maintained about 30 meters of distance from Ling Han, no longer approaching. Xiao, 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 the 3 were like a line, leaping swiftly. The door opened earlier was already in sight, and Ma Duobao was the first to flee through it. However, he didn't leave and waited at the door, reaching out with both hands and waiting for the instant Ling Han fled through. Shwa, 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 both his hands moved repeatedly and instantly ripped off the 3 spirit talismans. Pung! The spiritual pedestal tier old man rammed right into the restriction, and instantly, a terrifyingly large power rolled by, sending him flying and rolling over everything in his path. Who knew how many flowers and grasses he ruined? Restrain your grief, Ling Han and Ma Duo Bao said at the same time. Chapter 324, Yellow Dragon Fruit. Reverie _ Although the spiritual pedestal tier old man fell heavily, his strength was out of the ordinary after all. He immediately jumped up again, though his body was covered in blood. He instantly ran back to the restriction and stared fiercely at Ling Han and Ma Duo Bao. You guys won't get away, he yelled, straining his voice. A dignified spiritual pedestal tier cultivator actually let 2 juniors run from right under his nose. How could he bear to stand this? This wasn't just about losing face, but being an incompetent sentry. The sex punishment would definitely await him. Pa, Treasure Master will leave how he wants, and leave whenever he wants. Can you deal with me? Ma Duo Bao turned around and patted his butt at the old man. If you have the ability, come bite Treasure Master's butt. Tanned brother, give me a disguise pill quickly. As he turned his head, his expression changed, ingratiating himself with Ling Han. Ling Han laughed with mischief and said, we're brothers, and I can surely give you a disguise pill, but that hairpin on your head is not bad. No. Ma Duo Bao hurriedly shook his head. That waistband. No. Boots. No. Then goodbye, I wish you luck. Ling Han clapped his hands, about to walk off swaggeringly. Tanned brother, you can't just stand by when some is in peril. Ma Duo Bao hurriedly pulled onto Ling Han, and said, clenching his teeth, Treasure Master's going for broke, I'll sleep with you for 2 days. Pooh. Ling Han instantly spurted out his saliva and hurriedly threw a disguise pill at Ma Duo Bao, leaping out. Damned fatty, stay away from me, or else I'll cut off all your fat. Seeing Ling Han disappear in the forest afar, Ma Duo Bao couldn't help but reveal a deep smile of satisfaction. Interesting, interesting. He picked up the disguise pill, smelled it, looked at it for a while, and involuntarily revealed a astounded expression. This technique is quite experienced. Is it truly something that a 17-year-old youngster can refine? Besides, Treasure Master sees that his soul is somewhat strange. He shrugged his shoulders and walked ahead, leaving the spiritual pedestal tier old man gnashing his teeth in anger and to no avail. This restriction no doubt made people unable to enter the medicinal garden easily, but at the same time, it made the people inside the medicinal garden unable to leave easily. Ling Han jumped onto a large tree, directly entering the Black Tower. He calmly and collectedly started to renew his disguise, changing into a new pair of clothes. In a short while, he turned into a pale-faced scholar. If he were willing, he could also activate origin power to temporarily change his height, but firstly, it was uncomfortable, and secondly, to maintain it expended origin power, so he went without it. In any case, the tanned brother was also his disguise. He didn't immediately leave the Black Tower and planted the spirit grasses he had just thrown in. In order to save time earlier, he only put the spirit grasses inside. It might not have been a lot of time he spent there, but he still dug up a few dozen spirit medicines, 7 of which were even 5th-tier spirit medicine, the price of which was quite shocking. Unfortunately, there was no time to go to the core area of the medicinal garden, or else he would have earned more. A few dozen spirit medicines could only make the Winter Moon sect feel a bit distressed. After taking care of the spirit medicine, Ling Han came out of the Black Tower. Now that he was done, he was better off getting some tokens, since he had to advance into top 100 to qualify for the next round's exam. Otherwise, how would he get the Thunder Battle armor? On his way, he encountered quite a few surprise attacks from those who wanted to seize his tokens, but they were utterly beaten up by him, and he was raking in their tokens instead. At this day's nightfall, Ling Han had over 700 tokens. Ding, 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 the sound of weapons clashing came over. With a flash of wit, Ling Han sped up his footsteps. He wouldn't mind collecting some more tokens. Very quickly, 200 people team group battle appeared in front of him. Quite a few people already fell down on the side, blood spilling all over the ground. After a while, the flowers, grasses, and trees should grow to look more luxuriant. Ling Han was astounded. This world was too small. One of the 100-people teams was actually the Rain Country's people. Qi Yongyi, Zhao Huan, and the others were shockingly within it, now battling fiercely, shouting continuously, waving their sabers, sword, spears, and all sorts of weapons, unleashing violent attacks towards their opponents. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh. For a spot to enter the Winter Moon sect, they shed their blood and laid down their life. Was it worth it? The key was that even if they were riddled with scars, they might not even be able to enter the Winter Moon sect successfully. For martial artists, being able to enter North Region's holy land of martial arts meant extremely bright prospects. They could change their entire lives, so why wouldn't they fight desperately? Ling Han shook his head and jumped in, staggering along as if he suffered from the effects of the battle, unable to escape in time. However, as he was flailing around, he could always trip and push away a few people. These people were by coincidence the Rain Country's opponents. Under this disturbance, the opponents were instantly crushed, and not long after, the remaining people threw off all their gear and fled helter-skelter. Everyone was just a motley crowd, temporarily forming a team. Qi Yongyi and the others looked at Ling Han, feeling that this guy was too lucky, staggering into the battle, but instantly changing the battle's outcome. Seeing that he was only in the first layer of the Gushing Spring tier, it was apparent that those were not his intentions earlier. Could every practitioner at the first layer of the Gushing Spring tier be such an anomaly like Ling Han? This one, what are you called? It was all thanks to you earlier, Zhao said with a smile. He was now the leader of the Rain Country's martial artists. I'm called Hu Yan, Ling Han said. Hu Yan, which obviously meant to talk nonsense. Qi Yongyi and the others actually didn't notice the implicit meaning in those words. Although Ling Han acted thoughtlessly earlier, it nevertheless changed the battle's outcome, making everyone feel extremely grateful. They didn't ask where he was from, and treated him with great enthusiasm. After Qi Yongyi and the others looked at each other, Qi Yongyi suddenly asked, Brother Hu, do you know why we came into conflict with them? Was it not because of tokens? Ling Han answered with a question. Tokens are only one aspect, but more importantly, both parties found a stock of 4th-tier spirit medicine called Yellow Dragon Fruit, Zhao Huan said solemnly. Ling Han involuntarily revealed an astounded expression, and said, Yellow Dragon Fruit is a superb spirit medicine that doesn't need to be refined. Directly taking it can strengthen physique and raise the body's potential for martial artists below the spiritual ocean tier. It's a pretty good spirit medicine. No wonder, for this stock of spirit medicine, you guys would fight over it with your lives. He nodded. Yellow Dragon Fruit couldn't directly increase cultivation, but it could change someone's physique from the essence. This was a true spirit medicine. However, Yellow Dragon Fruit was of the 4th tier, so it was useless for martial artists above the spiritual ocean tier. The improvement on physique could be considered trifling. Ling Han's body received improvement from the roots of 2 godly medicine, and his physique had already reached a shocking level, far surpassing the spiritual ocean tier's limit. Therefore, Yellow Dragon Fruit's effects on him was pitifully little. Seeing that Ling Han was only slightly astounded and didn't reveal the look of greed, Qi Yongyi and the others were astonished. When they found the Yellow Dragon Fruit, everyone's eyes had gone red with desire. However, a beast guards the Yellow Dragon Fruit, and we didn't have time to lay our hands on it before encountering the enemy and starting to fight, Zhao Huan said. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, Are you guys inviting me to fight against that beast? Chapter 325, Nine-Eyed Beast Wolf. Reverie _ Zhao Huan shook his head repeatedly and said, That's a spiritual ocean tier beast, so we have absolutely no chance of beating it. My thoughts are that we branch out 5 people and attack from different directions to lure this beast from its lair. Once the beast has left, the remaining people will immediately dig up the Yellow Dragon Fruit by the roots, and that beast will definitely not chase too far out. After it returns from its chase, we'll all escape unscathed. Quite a great plan. Ling Han wasn't so set on having the yellow dragon fruit, but considering that Qi Yongyi was an old friend, he was rather willing to lend a hand. Moreover, he didn't need the yellow dragon fruit, but he could give it to Lu Yutong, Li Sichang, Qin Yi, and the others. Hun Yo had also eaten the root of a godly medicine, and although it was only one root, the transformation was very amazing. The yellow dragon fruit couldn't possibly have any effect anymore. Besides, the yellow dragon fruit was very practical in that it could be refined into a restore spirit pill to compact the tiers of martial artists below the spiritual ocean tier. Let's first go check out the situation. Ling Han didn't immediately make a decision. Yes. Everyone nodded. They departed, and on the way, Ling Han said, "This yellow dragon fruit is in Yulong Mountains, so how come it hasn't been taken by the Winter Moon sect?" "Hee, that place is too remote." Everyone laughed. That made sense. Although the entire Yulong Mountains were the Winter Moon sect's private property, the mountains were so large that the Winter Moon sect could in reality only grasp a small area of them. The depths of the mountains were still primitive areas beasts ruled over, and it was said they were extremely terrifying existences in the spiritual infant tier. Thus, even the Winter Moon sect would order its disciples not to trespass the Yulong Mountains depths, but if one wanted to get rich, one had to go there as high-level spirit medicine could be found in those places. There was even rare gold that could be forged into a divine weapon. Risk always accompanied opportunities. This was obviously not the depths of the Yulong Mountains, but there were still places the Winter Moon sect's disciples overlooked. It certainly was so. As Qi Yongyi and the rest leapt through the path which was completely not something normal people could walk through, being extremely rugged, they arrived at a precipice, only to see a strange beast lying there and snoring loudly in its sleep. This beast was a meter long, shaped like a dog, and its entire body was scarlet. However, there was a horn on its head and a circle of eyes on its face, forming a half-circle counting. There were exactly 9 eyes. Beside it grew a stalk of plant that was half a man's height, bearing rings of dense fruits, each no larger than a peanut. The amount was certainly something to be surprised about. Ling Han's gaze swept by, but he gasped in surprise. This was a 9-eyed beast wolf. It wasn't a normal beast, but a king amongst beasts. This 9-eyed beast was unquestionably in the spiritual ocean tier, but as a king, its battle prowess couldn't be rivaled by normal spiritual ocean tier beasts. Ling Han immediately knew why this 9-eyed beast hadn't eaten the yellow dragon fruits. It just advanced into the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Presumably, this beast was waiting until it was at the peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. It would eat the yellow dragon fruit, then, rising into spiritual pedestal tier at one go. A chance like improving one's physique was certainly better. The later one's tier was, just like Black Tower's power boost. For beasts, it was so as well. If it absorbed the medicinal power before it broke through, matched with the drastic change inside its body, then it would definitely have an effect that was greater than 1 + 1 = 2. Beasts were quite intelligent to begin with, and had inborn abilities inherited by blood. Although they didn't know how to refine pills, they surpassed humans in using spirit medicine because they always ate it raw. "I'm afraid you guys will be disappointed." Ling Han shook his head, pointed at the 9-eyed beast wolf, and said, "This is a 9-eyed beast wolf. It has cultivation in the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and is a king amongst beasts." With that said, everyone was stunned. A king, for humans, forming 3 flashes of qi would be a minor achievement, 6 flashes would be a major achievement, and above 7 flashes would make one be counted as a king. In other words, this beast was equivalent to a warrior in the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier that had formed 7 flashes of qi. What could they even do? There couldn't possibly lure it away, as it could kill offhandedly with an attack from extremely far away. Phew, fortunately they immediately encountered another team, otherwise, if they acted rashly, the team would already be annihilated. "So what do we do? Just give up," someone said, unwilling to resign. That was a yellow dragon fruit, which could improve one's physique after it was taken, changing people from their essence. Ling Han laughed and said, "There's a change in plans." Leave the mission of luring away the nine-eyed beast wolf up to me, you guys only need to harvest the medicine. His gaze was burning. A beast with a king's bloodline, with such great tonic-like meat to replenish his chi and blood, he should be able to cultivate the gushing spring tier to perfection and charge into the spiritual ocean tier. No. Qi Yongyi and the others immediately shook their heads, but some people nodded unceasingly. Since Ling Han was willing to play the hero, why not go ahead with it? Anyways, they didn't have any friendly relations with Ling Han. That's the plan. Ling Han said. It wasn't that he wanted to be the hero, but to fight a king like the nine-eyed beast wolf, he had to unleash his trump card, so he obviously had to act alone. Without waiting to see whether people agree or not, Ling Han already charged out, holding a long sword in his hand. Under the surge of origin power, Shua, he used his long sword as a concealed weapon, throwing it towards the nine-eyed beast wolf. Z. Before the long sword reached, the beast wolf already stood up. A flash of lightning shot out from one of its eyes, shattering the long sword. It growled deeply at Ling Han, but didn't rise up to chase. Obviously, its intelligence wasn't low, and it didn't fall for the trap. Ling Han smiled faintly. Another sword appeared in his Honda, threw it once again at the nine-eyed beast wolf. The space inside the black tower was nearly infinite anyways, and the metal swords weren't valuable. He prepared at least several thousand. Z. Another lightning formed from its eye, shattering the flying sword. Ling Han didn't care, and just kept throwing. Shio, 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 flying swords shot at the beast altogether. Ong. The great king of beasts was at last finally enraged, diving towards Ling Han. Dumb dog, come catch me. Ling Han broke into a run, and carried out shadow wind movement technique. He was like a gust of wind, sweeping towards the distance. Although the nine-eyed beast wolf had high intelligence, it was a beast after all. Its natural disposition was violent, as it unhesitantly carried out its chase. One man and one wolf immediately disappeared into the distance. Quickly harvest the yellow dragon fruit, everyone hurriedly said. Zhao Huan watched Ling Han's silhouette from behind that had already disappeared, and said, "Don't you guys feel that this person seems like someone?" "What, you think so too?" Qian Wuyong immediately said. "Yes." Qi Yongyi, Bai Li Tingyun and the others nodded successively. "It's not time to talk about this, the yellow dragon fruit's already in hand, let's retreat." They hurriedly turned around, retreating to where they promised to meet Ling Han. No need to wait, being targeted by the nine-eyed beast wolf, he's definitely dead. That's right, hurry up and divide the yellow dragon fruit. Some people immediately began to shout out. You guys have no shame. He risked his life to lure away the nine-eyed beast, and you guys say this. Do you guys still have any humanity? In that moment, everyone was somewhat silent. Hee, well said, have you guys any shame? A party of 7 suddenly appeared. Chapter 326, Fighting a King of Beasts Head-On. Reverie _ Who are you? Zhao Huan immediately asked in a raised voice. Who are we? Those 7 people laughed aloud, and raised to reveal their hands. Are you guys blind, can't even recognize the sect you're joining? You're Winter Moon Sect's disciples. Everyone came to a sudden realization. Didn't they say that you guys could only enter the test on the 3rd day, how come you guys are here now? Qian Wuyong asked. You guys care about too many things, one of Winter Moon Sect's disciples said. That yellow dragon fruit belongs to this sect, and we're responsible for guarding it. You guys immediately hand it over, and we won't fuss over it. Bullsh. Bai Li Tingyun, young and aggressive, immediately lost it. That was clearly a beast guarding it, so what does it have to do with you guys? I know, you guys definitely saw it coincidentally, and pretended to wait for us to retrieve the spirit medicine, jumping out to get it. Pa, that Winter Moon Sect disciple began to applaud, and laughed. Exactly as you said, but so what if you guys know? I, Zhan Ming, am at the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and you guys added together won't even rival me. On the side, another disciple suggested, Senior Brother Zhan, the yellow dragon fruit is of great importance, so we should kill them in case the information gets leaked. Zhan Yuan pondered, and said, might as well, or else it wouldn't be good after all if people knew we attended the test today. Kill all of them. Zhao Huan immediately drew his sword and said, Wu Yong, Zi Yan, Feng you guys fight this spiritual ocean tier guy with me, the rest of them are all at the gushing spring tier, we still have some hope. Okay. Everyone drew their weapons, the yellow dragon fruit was too important, and none of them wanted to give it up. Zhan Yuan sneered, and said, a bunch of good-for-nothings that know not of their own limitations. The battle immediately began, and fresh blood was splattered violently again. Ling Han leapt swiftly. Behind him, that beast was also getting closer and closer. The beast didn't know of any movement techniques, but some agility-type beasts were naturally shockingly fast, comparable to martial artists of the same tier using a top-grade movement technique of the same. It was as if a sort of art flowed through their blood, and they absolutely didn't need to activate it as it came out naturally along with their instincts. Similarly, when the beast shot lightning from its eyes, this would be counted as an art in case of a martial artist, but for beasts, it was used in passing. Thus, beasts would never back down when they encountered martial artists of the same tier, and at the level of kings, beasts were extremely terrifying as they could annihilate everything of the same cultivation. Even if Ling Han used the high-level black-grade art, shadow wind movement technique, he was still getting caught up step by step by the nine-eye beast wolf. A fierce electric arc shot swiftly from its eyes towards Ling Han. How fast was lightning? Ling Han had only enough time to parry with his sword, and with a Z, he felt his right hand go numb as the entire sword turned into a puddle of metallic water. His perlicue was even split open, fresh blood gushing out. Shit! He now had rock cliff body, and his defensive abilities were superb, yet he was injured by this attack. A king-level beast, and its cultivation was whole lot higher than his. He might have been a bit reckless in wanting to kill it. However, this beast was at the king's level, and could be used as a stepping stone to solidify his last cornerstone for breaking into the spiritual ocean tier. No matter what, I have to try. I have Black Tower anyways, I can still hide if I can't beat it, Ling Han thought shamelessly, but he only had a slight chance. He would definitely not give up even if he would end up riddled with scars. He would never lose the spirit to adventure because of the Black Tower, it would only make him even more daring. Z. The nine-eye beast wolf shot another electric arc over. Ling Han was too lazy to waste another sword, so he threw a punch whilst activating the indestructible heaven scroll. A faint golden light flowed on his hand, and Hong, the lightning arrived. Ling Han let out a smothered groan as his right fist was heavily injured again. Shit, although I'm in the 9th layer of the gushing spring tier, I have long since fused the 9 spring eyes, and it's a 5 elements origin nucleus. Such power can definitely parallel a normal 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, even the 5th layer. But this large dog is only at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, so how come its attacks are so fierce? Were it not for my cultivation of indestructible heaven scroll, maybe my whole arm would have exploded upon receiving one move. Ling Han thought to himself while activating indestructible heaven scroll. His left hand very quickly returned to how it was before. Indestructible heaven scroll wasn't so obvious in improving his defense, at least at the rock cliff tier, the powerful part was on the recovery. However, it would be different upon advancing into the diamond tier. When that time came, his physique would be like an indestructible diamond, and his body would be almost undying. Z. The nine-eyed beast wolf discharged its lightning again. You done yet? Ling Han stopped running and turned around. It was secluded enough here and he was disguised, so even if other people found out some small secrets, it wouldn't matter. Demon Birth Sword was unleashed and went head-on with the electric arc. Pa! The electric arc hit and a bright field of light exploded, forming a dazzling white ball that could blind the human eye. Ling Han revealed a faint smile. 10th tier spirit tools were kick-ass as expected even if it wasn't fully resuscitated, the properties of it alone broke up the electric arc. It was expected, if it let the electric arc infiltrate his body, then Demon Birth Sword would be too useless. Wang, wang, on the sword's body, two vein-like patterns lit up. This spirit tool was already recovering to a limited degree. The nine-eyed beast wolf immediately revealed vigilance in its eyes. It was a king amongst beasts, being extremely sensitive to the presence of danger. However, it was quickly at ease, because the presence Demon Birth Sword gave off was dangerous but not powerful, making it fearless. Ong! This beast wolf immediately pounced, waving its right claw, which had 10 vein-like patterns lit up at the same time. Wang, 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 martial intent vibrated, forming a terrifying pressure. However, this was useless against Ling Han. A thread of heaven tier-level divine sense was enough for him to be immune to the majority of the pressure. He raised the sword and launched Four Seasons sword technique head-on against the beast wolf. Four types of concepts revolved together, instantly showing the changes of the 4 seasons and making people feel the lapse and transition of time. Pooh! As the beast wolf's claws came down, the sword light was instantly shattered. The claw sent Ling Han flying. The clothes on his left shoulder were torn open, leaving a deep wound. Blood instantly gushed out, and the beast wolf's claw was also slit open, fresh blood gushing everywhere. Demon Birth Sword was a 10th tier spirit tool, after all. Even if it wasn't resuscitated, its sharpness had not changed at all. My beast wolf blood! Ling Han cried out regretfully. A beast king's was treasure from head to toe, especially its blood and bone marrow, which were greatly tonic and much stronger compared to 100-year ginseng. Nine-eyed beast wolf's eyes instinctively revealed a threatened look. Those as strong as the spiritual ocean tier had already attained wisdom, but they still maintained the bloodlust of beasts. It could understand Ling Han's words, which extremely infuriated it. He actually cried out dearly for it, so he already took it as his food? Chapter 327, both releasing ultimate moves. Reverie _ The nine-eyed beast wolf couldn't tolerate that a mere gushing spring tier human dared to covet its body. Die! It pounced again, waving its claws towards Ling Han. Ling Han didn't dare to receive it head-on. He instead kept shifting his figure, activating the indestructible heaven scroll to heal his wounds. One in the spiritual ocean tier could manifest their martial intent, so if he was hit, the opponent's martial intent would also enter through the wound, slowing down the recovery and even entering the consciousness, destroying the spirit. The nine-eyed beast wolf was a king, and its martial intent was even stronger. Ling Han immediately felt it extremely insufferable, as if infinite vicious wolves were biting him. With the indestructible heaven scroll already activated, the nine-eyed beast wolf's martial intent instantly melted immaculately, as if a mantle of snow met boiling water. Ling Han couldn't help but reveal a smile. This was because the indestructible heaven scroll's level was too high, and thus, once it was activated, it could wipe away nine-eyed beast wolf's martial intent. This was the suppression of a higher level. It certainly was a lost art that even he took 10 millennia to learn, its power solid. Puppy, obediently become my rations. Ling Han laughed loudly and waved his sword as he moved, but without a few hits he was sent flying by the nine-eyed beast wolf. He bled non-stop, but since the Demon Birth Sword was extremely sharp, the nine-eyed beast wolf would also bleed even from a mere graze. Theoretically, the damage they sustained was completely on different levels, and Ling Han would definitely be the one to die of serious injuries as time went on. However, he had the indestructible heaven scroll at hand, and his wounds could immediately heal. Furthermore, the Demon Birth Sword was a 10th tier weapon and had martial intent. Even if it wasn't resuscitated, so it could still threaten a spiritual ocean tier beast. Thus, the nine-eyed beast wolf would continue to bleed, although not by much. The longer the time, the more serious a damage would bleeding inflict. Ling Han aimed precisely for this. He waved the Demon Birth Sword as he took out a ginseng and, without any caution, just munched on it like a carrot. If someone were to see it, they'd definitely scold him for squandering fortune. This was a 100-year-old ginseng, how could he waste it like that? Ling Han didn't care at all. For others, this was 100-year-old ginseng, but for him, it was truly no different from a carrot. There were plenty inside the Black Tower. Besides, it was a few days since he departed from the Fallen Moon Gorge, and these ginsengs were 10 years older with even better effects. Ginseng was a great tonic, so he was alright with its support despite the profuse bleeding, or rather, he was at least a lot better off than the nine-eyed beast wolf. As they fought, the nine-eyed beast wolf obviously realized this, and instantly went berserk. Its attacks became even fiercer, seeking to kill Ling Han in one hit. Although you are a king, I'm not too shabby, either. Ling Han activated the demon birth sword and 7 flashes of sword chi flew across, showcasing that he was also a king amongst humans. However, there was still a large tiers difference between them after all. The nine-eyed beast wolf completely had the upper hand, and Ling Han could only parry its attacks. Sigh, I've been smacked in the face. Ling Han mocked himself, but no one would laugh at Ling Han for this, only admiring him greatly. The nine-eyed beast wolf was a king amongst beasts, and on top of a large tier's advantage, it should have absolutely dominated him. The results were completely inconceivable. Ling Han knew his own limitations. It wasn't that he was strong enough, but that he possessed the indestructible Heaven Scroll, giving him the ability to tangle with it. Otherwise, he would have already been annihilated by the nine-eyed beast wolf. How could an art that needed 10 millennia to comprehend not be strong? He also possessed the demon birth sword, and a large amount of 100-year-old ginsengs, which gave him enough confidence. Without either of these conditions met, perhaps he would be able to protect himself, but he would be incapable of harming the nine-eyed beast wolf. He still hadn't used the mysterious 3000, because he wasn't certain if this attack could annihilate the nine-eyed beast wolf. If this beast wolf suffered a great loss, it would definitely retreat, and with its speed, Ling Han couldn't catch up. Thus, he definitely had to wait for the most opportune time to unleash the mysterious 3000. After a long battle, nine-eyed beast wolf finally revealed a hint of weariness, and viciousness flashed by its eyes as all of its hairs all stood up. Its 9 eyes shot out lightning at the same time. It's unleashing its ultimate move. Ling Han immediately looked stern. 9 flashes of lightning struck at the same time from different directions, blocking all of his escape routes. Moreover, he could at most block 2 flashes of lightning. This was an ultimate move unleashed by a spiritual ocean tier beast king, so how could it be easy to block? Can't block it, I can only dodge. Waiting for the moment the lightning hit his body, Ling Han entered the Black Tower, and then immediately came out. Entering and exiting so fast that it was almost unperceivable, the lightning had already surged past him. He smiled faintly. Although he had an unfair advantage, he didn't want to be electrified tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. Besides, there was a great gap between his and the nine-eyed beast wolf's cultivations. Fighting head-on was unfair to him. The nine-eyed beast wolf's eyes showed its confusion. How did this human dodge its ultimate move? It should have been absolutely impossible. It accurately calculated Ling Han's speed and ability to wield a sword, so it should never have happened. If it could open its mouth to speak, then it would definitely have already asked by now. Little wolf dog, you definitely wouldn't know, so just submit obediently without putting up a fight. Ling Han laughed loudly. The Black Tower was his true trump card. The nine-eyed beast wolf's hairs stood up again. Pa, 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 9 flashes of lightning struck violently again. Ling Han played the same old trick, entering and exiting the tower, avoiding the beast wolf's ultimate move easily. He revealed an exulted expression, as an ultimate move like this used frequently would be a heavy burden for the nine-eyed beast wolf. The time when he could unleash the mysterious 3000 to end the battle was also getting closer. However, as a king, the nine-eyed beast wolf naturally wasn't stupid. Seeing that its ultimate move was useless, it no longer used it. Instead, it continued to tangle with Ling Han. As the fight went on, its aggressive attitude weakened not because its body couldn't hand it, but because it lost patience. As a beast, it was violent, bloodthirsty, and proud, but at the same time, it lacked patience. Under a drawn-out battle, it still couldn't take down its prey, and its injuries were also not light. It made it finally conceive the thought of retreating. Ling Han couldn't help but frown. He could obviously tell that, so he had to clench his teeth and unleash his ultimate move, or else this Beast King would really run away. The mysterious 3000. He kept waiting to unleash it after having accumulated enough power, so the ultimate move was unleashed as soon as he thought of it. 800 sword lights fired out without reservation, yet didn't turn into black-armored warriors like last time. Apparently, Ling Han needed to cross into the spiritual ocean tier. Such miraculous effect might have only been produced under Black Tower's power boost, needing Ling Han to cross into the spiritual pedestal tier to display that move's power again. Even so, 800 sword lights were still extremely terrifying, covering the sky and the sun, with only 5 colored sword lights shining down upon the world. The nine-eyed beast wolf revealed intense fear. This sword technique's power was too strong, making even it feel anxiety, but at this moment, it could only receive it head-on. Chapter 328, Analysis. Reverie _ Sword light filled the whole sky. This ultimate move's power far surpassed Ling Han's tier. Even a king like the nine-eyed beast wolf didn't dare to be careless. All of its hair stood up as flashes of lightning shot out at the same time from its 9 eyes, combining into one and forming a thick electric arc that fired towards Ling Han. To catch bandits, catch the ringleader. If Ling Han was annihilated, then this move's power would naturally disperse on its own. The lightning was also nine-eyed beast wolf's ultimate move. Shoo, 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 sword lights decreased in size, greeting the lightning. Pa, 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 the sword lights were annihilated one after another, but at the same time, the lightning shrunk at a rapid pace. Each sword light was equivalent to Ling Han's full-strength attack, and although it wasn't enough to battle nine-eyed beast wolf's full-strength attack head-on, there were still many sword lights. With each sword light striking it, the lightning finally became as thin as a spider's thread, completely disappearing at last. At this time, only 300 sword lights remained. Hong. The nine-eyed beast wolf had already fired its ultimate move, so it couldn't possibly follow up with another one. It could only use its claws to guard its head. 300 sword lights struck, and the fierce clashes instantly produced flashes of blinding light. Ling Han slumped onto the ground. He truly gave it his all with the strike just now, directly drawing out all the origin power inside his body. If this couldn't kill the nine-eyed beast wolf, then he could only hide inside the Black Tower, wait for his origin power to recover, and then find this Beast King again. Fortunately, the nine-eyed beast wolf lay on the ground with fresh blood gushing out continuously. Its chest was slightly moving up and down, signaling that it was still alive. Kikasset received the mysterious 3000 head-on and was only heavily injured. Ling Han was deeply moved, but an intense fear arose in him toward the Heaven Sword sect. Just what sort of force was it for it to possess such a terrifying ultimate move? Too shocking. Even with his Heaven tier experience, it was still very hard to use this sword art. Moreover, this sword art's power was linked to sword chi, and not everyone could cultivate it to such a terrifying degree. Previously, when Ling Han pushed out 700 sword lights, he already guessed that the mysterious 3000's extreme should be at sword chi's consummation. Theoretically, a martial artist could cultivate to form 10 flashes of sword chi, but there were still geniuses that cultivated 11 or 12 flashes. So, if one flash of sword chi could evolve into 100 sword lights, then theoretically, one could cultivate 29 flashes of sword chi, making up the 3000. The first form was sword chi, so sword ray should initiate the second form. Sword ray was sword chi extrapolating in this way. The third form breaking limits could only be used when one grasped sword heart. The third form corresponded to 3 different stages in Way of the Sword. That the Heaven Sword sect could stand erect for 10 millennia without collapsing was expectedly not without reason. Senior brother Jian Cheng, the battle ahead suddenly stopped. Could they have battled it out? A voice drifted over from afar. Hee, battling so fiercely, we must go see just who it is. Another voice sounded. SH. Ling Han hurriedly collected his thoughts and struggled to climb up. He only expended all his origin power, his physical stamina was still preserved. He walked staggeringly to the side of the nine-eyed beast wolf, picked it up, and with a thought, "Show," he entered the Black Tower. In an instant later, two figures arrived immediately at the same time. It was two youngsters, only 24 or 25 years old, both looking handsome, confident, and out of this world. As for their cultivation, one was at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and the other was shockingly at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. How come there's no sign of anyone?" the purple-clothed youngster said. The other youngster that wore a blue garment lowered his gaze, looking at the traces left from the battle, and said, "The battle just now was not between two people, but between a person and a beast." "Senior brother Jiancheng, how so?" the purple-clothed person asked. The blue garment youngster let out a smothered laugh and said, "There are claw marks everywhere. Can't junior brother you tell?" The purple-clothed person laughed too, and refuted, "Couldn't it possibly be one person who used a claw-type weapon?" "It's certainly possible." The youngster in the blue garment nodded. He then pointed to the ground and said, "However, there are still several footprints here, enough to prove that one side was a beast. Couldn't it be possible that two people battled, and one brought their pet beast?" The purple-clothed person seemed to like nitpicking. The youngster in the blue garment laughed and said, "The footprints that belong to a human look exactly the same. Don't you tell me that the two people were wearing the exact same shoes and their sizes are exactly the same." Under this rebuke, the purple-clothed person paused, then muttered, "Could it not be possible?" This seemed to be his favorite expression. From the traces of destruction, the battle prowess of the person and the beast were quite astonishing. The youngster in the blue garment no longer spoke sarcastically to his companion, and looked at the battle traces seriously. He revealed a stern expression and said, "This battle prowess is at least 9 stars. 9 stars? The purple-clothed person was slightly shocked, and said, "Senior brother Jiancheng, not to mention the people in the current exam, there aren't many spiritual ocean tier practitioners that possess 9-star battle prowess even in our Winter Moon sect." The youngster in blue garment nodded and said, "There certainly aren't many, but not too few either, at least several hundred. Who exactly was it that came here to battle with a beast?" This blood." He revealed a shocked expression. There were large amounts of blood left by the nine-eyed beast wolf, which the traces had glowing crimson-colored lines of fabric in them. As the blood itself was red, if one didn't examine them closely, one would really overlook it. He thought of a possibility and cried out abruptly, "The nine-eyed beast wolf." "What?" The purple-clothed person also revealed a shocked expression. "I certainly heard that there was a nine-eyed beast wolf roaming around here, but the spiritual pedestal tier experts have searched for it and even flower blossom tiers swept over with their awareness, but they all found nothing at all. It should be it, this blood can't deceive me," the youngster in the blue garment said, revealing a smile at the corner of his lips. Interesting, one who could battle so fiercely with the nine-eyed beast wolf, such a person is a worthy opponent. Even you as one of the 7 sons of the Ao family feel the urge to battle?" The purple-clothed person laughed loudly. The youngster in the blue garment, Ao Jiancheng, revealed an arrogant expression and said, "What's so interesting about bullying the weak? If I battle, I'll battle geniuses only. Stepping on geniuses is pleasurable enough." Senior brother Jiancheng, the one I'm most impressed with amongst the 7 sons of the Ao family is you, and that is precisely because you possess a strong cultivator's desire for battle, the purple-clothed person said. Ao Jiancheng smiled faintly, but the arrogance in his expression didn't disappear as he said, "Let's go, there's nothing left to see here." The two came quickly and left quickly. Inside the Black Tower, Ling Han revealed a hostile expression. This guy was actually Ao Feng's son. Chapter 329, Slaughter. Reverie _ Ling Han had previously heard the title, The 7 Sons of the Ao Family, and now that he'd seen one, it was certainly a well-deserved reputation. Ao Jiancheng was at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and to be able to rise above hundreds of those with the same cultivation, his battle prowess had to have surpassed 9 stars. Ling Han never underestimated himself, but his battle prowess now was only at 9 stars at the spiritual ocean tier. Unless he used the demon birth sword, that is, then his battle prowess could certainly increase by a few stars. After all, it was a 10th tier spirit tool. But, using the demon birth sword in front of so many of the Winter Moon sex people? Not only would he be unable to get the thunder battle armor, he also would have the demon birth sword taken away, unless he hid inside the Black Tower. In any case, he definitely wouldn't get the thunder battle armor. This was contrary to his plans. Fortunately, he already obtained the nine-eyed beast wolf and digested the benefits. After compacting his last fundamentals, he would be able to charge into the spiritual ocean tier. Other people who wanted to charge into the spiritual ocean tier could only dream if they didn't have a few months' time, but for Ling Han, 1 to 2 hours was enough. Even Feng Yen used only less than 10 days' time. Could he be inferior to Feng Yen? Speaking of Feng Yen, this guy should have already returned to the Winter Moon sect, and with the Winter Moon sect's ability, they could probably get him a prosthetic. Would he also attend this exam? After all, not to mention other people, this thunder battle armor would move him as well. Ling Han nodded inwardly. He definitely had to break through to the spiritual ocean tier, or else, continually beating opponents at the spiritual ocean tier with the cultivation of the first layer of the gushing spring tier would inevitably cause suspicions. However, he first had to recover his power. With a thought, a piece of origin crystal instantly shattered and intense origin power surged out, surrounding Ling Han. Inside the Black Tower, Ling Han could do whatever he wanted. Instantly, origin power seeped into his skin, and after only a little processing from the spirit base, this origin power would be completely available for his use. This was why origin crystals could become the holy item of cultivating it was easily absorbed. Unfortunately, it required one's complete concentration to be refined, and couldn't be used during battle. Thus, speaking of recovering in battle, one had to rely on medicinal pills, but for cultivating, normally, origin crystals and medicinal pills worked both. One origin crystal needed a spiritual ocean tier warrior spending an entire month to refine it, so the origin power within was abundant enough that, after refining this piece of origin crystal, Ling Han's strength was entirely recovered. However, he lost quite a lot of blood. Even if he ate several 100-year-old ginsengs, he couldn't immediately recover it all. His expression was somewhat pale, but under the disguise, it was hard to tell. He exited the Black Tower. The nine-eyed beast wolf was already in his pocket and wouldn't leave his grasp no matter how hard it struggled. He now had to find Qi Yongyi and the others. Although he didn't care about the yellow dragon fruit, he naturally wouldn't give up what should belong to him. Moreover, he wanted to relieve Qi Yongyi and the others, telling them that he was still alive. After he received the yellow dragon fruit, he would find an excuse to leave to charge into the spiritual ocean tier, and there should still be enough time for him to collect tokens. If he didn't even make it into top 100, then that would be really amusing. He walked towards the place which they agreed upon, and very soon arrived there. However, before he'd gotten close, he heard ping, ping, pang, pang. They were sounds of weapons clashing and indistinct shouts of indignation. Could it be an internal conflict because of the yellow dragon fruit? Ling Han frowned and leapt upwards, appearing on top of a tree. Looking downwards, it looked practically like hell on earth. On the ground lay at least 10 corpses, severed heads, cut intestines, chests torn open, too horrible to look at. And these people were ones from the Rain Country, with only a few still alive. They were now lingering with one last breath of life, being attacked from all sides by 7 people. They could die at any time. Ling Han's gaze swept by. Of those he knew, several had died, such as Li Dongyu, Xie Chongguang, Huang Weizhe. Those who weren't dead were Qi Yongyi, Bailey Tengyun, and a few others, riddled with scars and barely surviving by relying on their spirit tools. There were only 7 people in the other party, but 6 were in the late stage of the gushing spring tier, and one was even at the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier. It was precisely because of his existence that Zhao Huan, Qian Wuyong, and Hu Fengyu, the 3 of the best, were completely suppressed, forming a one-sided slaughter. GA1, you refused a toast only to drink a forfeit, so all of you go to hell. Zhang Yuan laughed coldly. He multitasked, not only suppressing the 3 in the 9th layer of the gushing spring tier, but also blocking those who sought to escape the battlefield. You guys will die a painful death. Qi Yongyi said with his teeth clenched as blood dripped down his eyes. Humph, cursing belongs only to the weak, a useless groan. You guys aren't the first to be annihilated by me, and won't be the last. Zhang Yuan said coldly, without any pity. Ling Han's forefinger twitched, signaling that he harbored killing intent. I heard that in the Rain Country, there's a person called Ling Han who's very arrogant, daring to harm one of our sect's eldest chief's disciple. Zhang Yuan said like a cat toying with a mouse. In reality, there weren't many who died in his hands, but he achieved the essential result. Humph, if Ling Han were here now, you guys would be cruelly killed. Zhao Huan yelled out. Huh, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well dare to speak conceited nonsense. What genius could come out of a mere small country of the desolate north? Zhao Yuan smiled haughtily. Sometime later, I'll go to the desolate north, murder that Ling Han or whatever, and carry his head back. Senior Borther Zhan is most imposing. Hee, maybe Elder Chief Sure would be in good spirits and take Senior Brother Zhan as a disciple. Then we'd have to rely on Senior Brother Zhan's guidance and support. The other 6 bootlicked one after another. Zhao Yuan laughed aloud, appearing self-satisfied. Bullsh. Ling Han is already an Earth-grade alchemist, the Winter Moon sect master wouldn't dare touch him, let alone you. Besides, with Ling Han's strength, killing you is as easy as killing livestock. Qian Wuyong shouted sharply. Earth-grade alchemist? Zhang Yuan was startled momentarily, then burst into laughter. What a joke, an Earth-grade alchemy master could rise up from the tiny 9 nations of the desolate north. These country bumpkins were truly idiotic, dreaming right before their death. What's so funny, let me have a laugh too. A cold voice sounded as Ling Han appeared on the field, both hands behind his back, his gaze baleful. Hu Yen. Qi Yongyi and the others cried out one after another. First was exultation that this guy was actually alive after luring away the 9-eyed beast wolf, but then came worry, immediately leading to a change in their expressions. A mere youth at the 1st layer of the gushing spring tier couldn't do much, they were still destined to be slaughtered, weren't they? Not everyone was a freak like Ling Han. Oh, another one that has come to die? Zhang Yuan sneered, snapping his fingers. Junior brother too, kill him. It was just a mere small fry at the 1st layer of the gushing spring tier. Yes. A youngster jumped out and revealed a vile smile. Remember, the one who killed you is called Yu Gang Liang. A mere dreg, stop with all the rubbish. Ling Han raised his legs, and with a paw, the kick hit the other's chest. Under the power's shock, that person was immediately sent flying, and as he floated in midair, with a paw, his entire body imploded. Hiss. In an instant, the entire place was silent, and everyone involuntarily stopped what they were doing. Chapter 330, Completely Exterminated. Reverie _ Honestly, the one called Yu Gang Liang was only in the 7th layer of the gushing spring tier, not very strong, but even if he wasn't that strong, the 7th layer of the gushing spring tier's battle prowess was enough to crush the 1st layer of the gushing spring tier by 10-fold. However, he exploded from a kick. How was anyone supposed to accept this? This is called Wind God Kick. Ling Han randomly came up with a name. He didn't use his sword or fists or palms only because he didn't want Qi Yongyi and the others to be suspicious of his identity. But how many gushing spring tier warriors like this were there? It was practically impossible not to be suspicious. Qi Yongyi and the others' eyes already lit up. Courting death. Zhang Yuan was infuriated, and yelled, "Go all together, and slaughter him. Slaughter him." This was supposed to be their hunt, but one of them was killed. How could he not be infuriated? The remaining 5 charged at the same time. Their cultivation was higher than Su Ganglian's, and even if they couldn't annihilate Ling Han 5 against 1, it shouldn't be a problem to fight on par. However, they were up against Ling Han. Wind God Kick. Ling Han sprung out, pa, 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 throwing kicks continuously. Comprehension of one law meant comprehension of all other laws in martial arts. He already cultivated 7 flashes of sword chi on the sword's path, so as he flicked his legs, a flash of chi fired out, turning into a sharp sword and sweeping towards the 5 people. Every movement was a sword. His battle prowess now was enough to annihilate a normal opponent at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, so how could these 5 people rival him? Pa! His kick landed between the legs of one of them and powerful chi rose upwards, turning into a sharp sword and tearing that person in half. Hua la la, intestines, heart, liver, and brains spilled everywhere in an extremely gruesome sight. Even Ling Han didn't expect that his kick would fire out sword chi, having such an effect. But this explained that he was somewhat accomplished on the sword's path, able to turn his body into a sword, forming swords in all ways. Pa, 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 Ling Han threw 4 consecutive kicks, and 4 more corpses that were completely indistinguishable lay on the ground. Everyone felt chills. Those were 5 late-stage gushing spring tier experts, but they were almost all killed instantly at the same time. How could anyone believe it? Zhao Huan and the others thought, could this guy really be Ling Han? Although he looked completely different, there couldn't be so many freaks at the 1st layer of the gushing spring tier in the world. Ling Han looked balefully at Zhang Yuan and said, now it's your turn. Zhang Yuan instinctively felt a chill from Ling Han's gaze. Just what kind of gaze was it that could make him tremble from the bottom of his heart, as if his soul was frightened? He hurriedly encouraged himself. This was only a small fry in the 1st layer of the gushing spring tier, although his battle prowess was somewhat nature-defying, but no matter what, it was impossible for it to reach all the way over the spiritual ocean tier threshold. Or else, wouldn't the martial arts tiers be just for looks? Daring to kill Winter Moon's sex disciples, you're seeking your own death, he bellowed, initiating an attack. Those who murder will also be murdered by others, how can you guys be the exception? Ling Han threw another explosive kick. Pooh! The kick undoubtedly broke through Zhang Yuan's defense, landing fiercely on his face. Zhang Yuan instantly staggered backwards, but in a few steps, his head instantly exploded. The headless body swayed for a while, finally falling loudly onto the ground. Qi Yongyi and the others were already stupefied. Zhang Yuan and the other 6 killed from 100 till there were only 20 left, but once Ling Han attacked, he annihilated the 7 in a clean sweep. Just how great was the difference between the 2 parties? Ling. Master Ling? Zhao Huan asked tentatively. Ling Han glared at him and said, what Master Ling, where's my yellow dragon fruit? You guys couldn't possibly be thinking of swallowing up my share, right? Zhao Huan hurriedly took out the yellow dragon fruit, handing over the entire stalk, and said, please receive it, sir. Seeing that Ling Han didn't admit his identity, he didn't dare to acknowledge him carelessly, could only address him respectfully. Ling Han took away half the yellow dragon fruits. With his contributions, even taking away 90% was reasonable. Moreover, he just saved these people and his martial arts abilities were laid bare, so even if he took all of them, Qi Yongyi and the others would only be able to nod. Meeting acquaintances, Ling Han naturally wouldn't take all the gains. Leaving them half, he said, I'm taking half, you guys don't have any objections, right? No. They hurriedly shook their heads like rattle drums. Ling Han left half the yellow dragon fruits, the rest he stored inside the Black Tower. He was about to leave to charge towards the spiritual ocean tier, but frowned, turning to look to the left side. Xiao, 2 figures appeared almost at one step after the other. They were precisely Ao Jiancheng and the purple-clothed youngster. Interesting. Ao Jiancheng had both hands behind his back. His gaze swept past Zhao Huan, who hadn't stored the yellow dragon fruit, as he said, it's actually the yellow dragon fruit, no wonder it triggered a battle. Honestly, even I'm a bit moved. What? Senior brother Jiancheng, this is our sex disciple. The purple-clothed youngster looked at the ground for a while, his gaze locked onto a sleeve it had traces of blood on it, but a moon design could still be seen underneath. Ao Jianqing immediately revealed killing intent, and said threateningly, "You guys have such great nerve, daring to slaughter our sect's disciples." "Humph, they coveted our things and wanted to kill and rob us, so were we supposed to stretch our necks and await death?" Zhao Huan said, unwilling to give in. In the Rain country, he was the prodigy of one of the 8 large noble families, but here he suffered threats on his life repeatedly. It was a truly great contrast. "The people are already dead, and you guys can say whatever you want," the purple-clothed youngster said coldly. "I can say that you guys killed and robbed this sect's disciple, yet still tried to put the blame on them. Put down the yellow dragon fruit and take your own life," he said haughtily. Qi Yongyi and the others were angered half to death. Could they be more unreasonable? "When all is said, you guys simply set your eyes on the yellow dragon fruit." Ling Han smiled faintly, and said, "You guys go first, leave this to me." "You?" Qi Yongyi and the others hesitated. "You guys still don't believe me?" Ling Han raised his eyebrows with soaring confidence. "Go." Qi Yongyi and the others originally suspected that he was Ling Han, and now they no longer doubted it, turning one after another to leave. Staying here, they would not only be unable to help Ling Han, but instead become a hindrance. "You talk quite big." The purple-yellowed youngster laughed grimly. A mere small fry at the first layer of the gushing spring tear dared to speak of blocking them? Where did he get such courage? He immediately leapt out, wanting to block Qi Yongyi and the others. Ling Han also moved, unleashing a metal sword. With a schwa, sword chi flew out. The purple-clothed youngster was forced to stop and reach to wipe the wound on his cheek slit open by sword chi. He couldn't help but be infuriated, and said, "Damn it, you dare hurt me." "So what?" Ling Han said indifferently. "Die." The purple-clothed youngster dove out again, but this time, his target was Ling Han. As he stretched his arms and legs, martial intent flowed. His battle prowess was extremely shocking, at least 10 stars. Possessing battle prowess that surpassed one's tier by 3 stars in the spiritual ocean tier was very remarkable. Ling Han didn't dare to be careless. Ding, 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 the long sword danced rapidly, sword chi surged through the sky, and 4 seasons sword technique followed his will smoothly as he battled fiercely with the purple-clothed youngster. Chapter 331, Preparing to Break Through. Reverie _ Ling Han was very freakish, but the 9th layer of the gushing spring tier was a shortcoming after all. His battle prowess could rival 9 stars in the spiritual ocean tier, but encountering the 10-starred purple-clothed youngster, he was still the side weaker by a level. Within a few moves, he was at a disadvantage, only guarding. However, this still stupefied Jian Ao Cheng and the purple-clothed youngster. Since when could first layer of the gushing spring tears be this ferocious? In Jian Ao Cheng's eyes, killing intent was burning. If such a freak raised his cultivation to the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, wouldn't he be able to instantly kill him? No, such a prodigy had to be quickly eradicated. He liked to battle prodigies because the feeling of crushing prodigies was extremely pleasant, definitely not because he could lose. The purple-clothed youngster roared repeatedly, one move more vicious than the previous, but Ling Han's battle prowess was only weaker than him by 1 star. How could he possibly take Ling Han down by exerting a bit more strength? Besides, Ling Han still had too many trump cards that he hadn't revealed. If possible, Ling Han truly wanted to slaughter Ao Jiancheng. He should be one of Ao Feng's cherished children, and killing him would definitely make Ao Feng feel distressed for a while. However, Ling Han felt that a mental spirit always followed Ao Jiancheng. That formidable winter moon sex cultivator was paying close attention to Ao Jiancheng at every moment, and the instant Ling Han unleashed the demon birth sword, it would definitely draw that person over. Ling Han shook his head. He could only contend relying on his own strength. "I underestimated you." The purple-clothed youngster stopped, but did not to stop the battle. He took out a sword behind his back that gleamed like autumn water. On the blade were lines of fabric patterns, totaling 9. It was a spirit tool. Resuscitate. He shouted lightly. Wang, 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 the lines of fabric on the blade were activated one by one, glowing. However, only 8 were lit up, the 9th line of fabric refusing to work. Making me use long brow sword, you can feel proud even when you die. The purple-clothed youngster smiled with air of arrogance, leaping out with his sword and slashing towards Ling Han. Who, the spirit tool split apart the air and 4 flashes of sword chi danced all together, extremely scary. Ling Han frowned momentarily, then just turned to run without saying another word. If he wanted to beat the purple-clothed youngster, he had to use the demon birth sword and the mysterious 3000. However, once the demon birth sword was used, under the sensitivity of the chi, the divine sense on Ao Jiancheng would definitely realize. That couldn't happen. Once he charged into the spiritual ocean tier, his strength would have a shocking surge. Why was it necessary to fight desperately here? You want to run? The purple-clothed youngster snorted, hurriedly breaking into pursuit. Ao Jiancheng displayed his movement technique and followed behind. Ling Han was too freakish. If such a prodigy wasn't quickly eliminated, it simply would make him unable to rest or eat in peace. However, who would be able to catch up to Ling Han, who used shadow wind movement technique once he activated it? Hunyo was one, but for the spiritual ocean tier practitioners, one had to be naturally gifted with movement techniques or have related bloodline abilities. Otherwise, if they said they wanted to catch up to Ling Han, who used the shadow wind movement technique, they didn't really mean it. However, after running for a few minutes, the difference between the two was pulled apart by a whole lot. Ao Jiancheng took over the purple-clothed youngster, but the distance between them and Ling Han was still widening. After chasing for a few more minutes, Ao Jiancheng could only stop with disappointment, for Ling Han already disappeared from his field of vision. He couldn't help but harbor resentment. He should have personally attacked earlier, dealing Ling Han a fatal blow and giving him no chance to escape. But who would have thought that he who was in the first layer of the gushing spring tier not only had nature-defying battle prowess, but also speed that could make others gape. He hadn't witnessed Hunyo's speed, or else he'd definitely suffer a mental breakdown. Senior brother Jiancheng, did you kill? The purple-clothed youngster arrived, and thought to ask Ao Jiancheng whether he'd killed Ling Han, but as soon as he spoke, he knew something was off. Ao Jiancheng's expression was quite unsightly. Humph. Ao Jiancheng's expression was full of killing intent. He swore he definitely wouldn't let Ling Han off the next time. After Ling Han ran for a while, his figure flashed and entered the Black Tower. It was time to break through. Once he stepped into the spiritual ocean tier, he'd sweep across the desolate lands. So what if there was someone in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier? He couldn't destroy them without using the demon birth sword. The 9-eyed beast wolf was still alive, but heavily injured. It woke up and immediately bared its teeth, roaring angrily and revealing its viciousness. Still vicious? Ling Han hurled a slap and the 9-eyed beast wolf was instantly shocked to death. He waved his hand, and the beast wolf's blood was completely extracted, adhering to his body. Several drops of blood were actually silver, as if mercury condensed into a ball. This was 9-eyed beast wolf's blood essence, and the sign of a king. There were only a few drops. Don't be bitter about the small amount. Only after reaching the shattering void tier would one's blood turn fully silver, and flinging one drop of it could kill someone in the flower blossom tier. Ling Han absorbed the essence, turning it into vigor that nourished his body. The blood was drying up at a rapid pace, turning into a scab stuck on his skin. The color of it was extremely light as the essence within had all been absorbed. Ling Han felt like his body was going to burst. Absorbing the blood essence of a beast king at the spiritual ocean tier was greatly beneficial to him. However, this wasn't enough. Ling Han waved his hand again. The 9-eyed beast wolf instantly broke into parts, each bone separated, fluttering midair. One drop of white bone marrow immediately emerged from the bone. Blood and bone marrow were the 9-eyed beast wolf's true essence. Normally, the bones needed to be continuously boiled and simmered for at least a day and a night before the bone marrow could become soup. However, inside the Black Tower, there was no need for such trouble. Ling Han only had to raise his hand to do it. He opened his mouth. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The bone marrow's essence instantly flew into his mouth and was swallowed by him. Wang, the 5 elements chaos lotus vibrated slightly as origin power flowed violently inside, sending the bone marrow's essence to every corner of his body and strengthening his bones and muscles. More spirit medicine. Ling Han waved his hand. Stalk after stalk of spirit medicine was pulled from the ground, lining up in front of him. He chose some spirit medicine that strengthened his physique and compacted his origin from the spirit medicines he harvested at the Devil Sky Mystery Realm and the Winter Moon Sex Medicinal Garden. He pressed with his right hand and the liquid medicinal essence was instantly extracted. Ling Han opened his mouth and swallowed like a whale. Hong, his entire being was like it turned into a pill furnace. Inside his body were several types of spirit medicine and the 9-eyed beast wolf's bone marrow and blood. He turned his body into a pill furnace, refining these essences and nourishing his body. He felt as if he would soon explode. It wasn't enough, it hadn't reached the limit, Ling Han thought to himself. He would break through at the instant his body reached the limit, compacting his fundamentals to an unshakable degree. Hong, 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 wave after wave of energy detonated inside Ling Han's body. His skin cracked and streams of blood poured out, but his eyes were still shining. He almost touched the door of the extreme. Pa, 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 his skin continued to crack open. Even the rock cliff body couldn't tolerate the violent energy wreaking havoc inside his body. At this moment. Chapter 332, 2 Spiritual Oceans. Reverie _ Hong. Inside Ling Han's body, an earth-shaking change happened. His muscles, bones, and veins were becoming stronger, breaking through the rock cliff body's limits and bringing it up a level. This wasn't the indestructible Heaven Scroll's contribution, but a breakthrough acquired from him pushing his own body. Such a great change didn't occur on his body alone, but also in his dantian. He had fused 9 nuclei long ago, and turned 9 springs eyes into one, the most important step in breaking through to the spiritual ocean tier. His springs eye was surprisingly large, as if a great lake, and now it was super springs eye that was expanding at the rate of a tsunami. Forming an ocean. Hong long long, the springs eye burst out a surprising amount of origin power. If Ling Han used his divine sense turned into a human figure for comparison, the springs eye had already become a vast body of water, so extensive that the end couldn't be seen. This could already rival the spiritual ocean in his previous life when he was at the peak of the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but now he just broke through and the spiritual ocean was still expanding at a fast pace, far from reaching the early stage of the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Truly astounding. This process for Ling Han was following a beaten path. Tidal wave after tidal wave, the spiritual spring turned into an ocean, massive and boundless. After whole 3 hours, the spiritual ocean's expansion finally stopped. However, as Ling Han thought he'd smoothly advanced, a tide suddenly rose and the spiritual ocean transformed again, beginning to split. What's this situation? At Gushing Spring Tier, he only had 1 supersized spring's eye, but others had 9. And now, others fused 9 springs into one, turning into 1 spiritual ocean. Could he be the opposite, possessing 9 spiritual oceans? Fortunately, his spiritual ocean only split into 2, and no longer continued to divide. 2 spiritual oceans. One on top, and the other on the bottom, as if heaven and earth. Moreover, 1 spiritual ocean swirled clockwise, while the other rotated counterclockwise, like the yin-yang fish in the diagram of cosmological scheme. Ling Han was driven mad. After crossing into the element gathering tier in this lifetime, everything was different. Other people's origin nucleus was singular, but he had 5 small origin nuclei combined. Other people's 9 springs eye, while he had 1. Other people had 1 spiritual ocean, yet he had 2. Holy crap. However, the real change probably happened when he was at the 9th layer of the element gathering tier when he fused 9 origin nuclei, which now emerged as an intrinsic change. After all, having small origin nuclei, it could be done as long as one had multi-element spirit base. 9 nuclei fused into one. This was probably unprecedented, at least according to what Ling Han knew in 2 lifetimes. Another like this had yet to appear in the world, so his path of cultivation that followed might bring him many surprises. Very soon, the 2 spiritual oceans finished expanding, completely stabilizing, which meant that he truly crossed into the spiritual ocean tier. Ling Han was shocked, because his spiritual ocean now was 10 times as big as the one in his previous life. With a thought, the spiritual ocean raised in a wave as origin power swept past, surging violently. He casually threw a punch, sensing the power within. He nodded. His power could now rival the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. This was extremely scary. Just stepping into the spiritual ocean tier, his power could rival the late-stage spiritual ocean tier warriors, so when he reached the peak stage of the spiritual ocean tier, would it be possible for him to battle those in the spiritual pedestal tier? Relying on his own power, and not with the help of the demon birth sword. This was very much possible, even though the higher the tier in martial arts, the larger each step. He compacted his foundation too sturdily, allowing him to possess extraordinary tier-surpassing battle abilities. This time, fighting Ao Jianqing again, I can beat him bare-handed till he calls his ancestors. Ling Han smiled faintly. However, I still don't want to expose my identity. I have to infiltrate the Winter Moon sect to find out Mother's whereabouts, so it's best not to use a sword. Fist techniques? Palm techniques? Or leg techniques? Got one. It's Nalan Tu's War Elephant Fist, the one I requested when he asked me to refine pills. It's said to be quite a special black-grade technique, which gushing spring tier martial artists can't cultivate as they're 1 tier too low to manifest martial intent. It'd be nice if this fist technique is like the mysterious 3000. However, Na Tu Lan didn't have a stinky face as if his parents had died like the One Sword Emperor had when he handed it over. I guess I'll be disappointed. Ling Han turned over the War Elephant Fist inside his consciousness, as he said, "Small tower, can the 2nd layer be opened now?" The small tower's figure surfaced. It paused slightly, seeming to attempt it, and then it immediately swayed left to right as if it was shaking its head. "No, you're not strong enough right now. Hey, I am now in the spiritual ocean tier, and counting upwards, the spiritual pedestal, the flower blossom, the spiritual infant, the deity transformation, the heaven, and the shattering void tiers, a total of 6 more steps left. Even if I could open 1 layer every time I advanced, then when I become God, I can still only open up the 8th layer, meaning, God realm also has level differences." Ling Han inferred. This was counting closely. If, by any chance, he needed 2 or 3 tiers before he could open a layer of the Black Tower, then just how many stages was God tier divided into? Small Tower was silent. Its intellect was limited, or maybe it was because it was damaged too heavily, affecting its intelligence. At any rate, it was unable to respond to questions out of its range. Ling Han sighed. It made sense. Black Tower was undoubtedly a product of the God realm and its original owner definitely died, while the tool's spirit was annihilated as well, rebirthing as another one. This explained that even gods were divided into the weak and the strong. Dividing them into levels would naturally be normal. Interesting. So following this line of thought, alchemy doesn't end at the heaven tier? Ling Han revealed a smile. He was enthralled by alchemy in his previous life, and this life he focused on martial arts, but that didn't mean he no longer had interest in alchemy. He had already gone to the extremes in alchemy and could no longer advance any further. But in reality, alchemy was the same as martial arts. God tier was not the end. Perhaps it was close, but definitely not the end. He could explore alchemy again. This made Ling Han very happy, an excitement which he hadn't felt in a long time. Whatever, first he'd practice that fist technique. There wasn't much time. Inside the space of the Black Tower, he could use his abilities fully, grasping the slightest changes. This was clearly extremely helpful in practicing techniques. However, he wasn't in too much of a rush either. Wanting to enter the top 100 in the exam, it wasn't that the more people he defeated, the better it was enough to defeat those who had enough gains. If you beat 10,000 people, you can only gain 10,000 tokens, but if you beat one person who has defeated 10,000 opponents, then you can reap 10,001 tokens. So, Winter Moon Sect's disciples actually weren't at all disadvantaged joining the exam on the third day. Ling Han cultivated for an entire day, and after grasping the basics of the War Elephant Fist, he left the Black Tower. Now, it was time for him to fully display his capabilities. However, he disguised himself again because Qi Yongyi and the others should have seen through the earlier identity, knowing his identity actually wasn't such a good thing for them. He shuttled through the mountains, gaining quite a lot. At nighttime, he raised a bonfire, grilling nine-eyed beast wolf's meat. Smells good. Really does smell good. A bunch of people rushed out from the forest. There were at least 200 people. Yo, Brother Zhao, it's a guy all on his own. These people looked at Ling Han as if Ling Han was a course on their table. Chapter 333, The War Elephant Fist. Reverie _ Before the exam started, many wealthy individuals were acquiring tokens and underlings all around. Ling Han had also been harassed. While most people were all right after being rejected, they simply continued to search for the next person, since there were so many people here anyways. However, there were always those who thought that the world should circle around them. After being rejected, they'd show a scowl, or even threaten to kill and whatnot. This youngster was one of those people. His name was Zhao Ri. However, Ling Han disguised multiple times, so Zhao Ri naturally couldn't recognize Ling Han. Zhao Ri sniffed hard with his nose and set his eyes on the meat Ling Han was grilling, revealing a hungry look. Brother Zhao, this seems to be extremely high-quality beast meat, an underling said to Zhao Ri. Go get it for me, Zhao Ri said. High-level beast meat was greatly tonic, and for martial artists, it wasn't inferior to medicinal pills. One underling immediately came over and yelled at Ling Han, damn brat, hand over the token, and you can get lost. Ling Han frowned and said, if you don't want to die, get lost. Can't you see we have so many people? The underling laughed grimly. Their collective strength was certainly not weak. They not only could overwhelm foes with numbers, but also had several late-stage gushing spring tier experts. Running rampant on their path gave them a burst of confidence. Hurry, this young master is hungry. Zhao Ri urged from behind. You're going to regret refusing me. The underling immediately threw a kick at Ling Han with vicious force. This was not just kicking Ling Han, Acidite would kick his brains out. This exam didn't forbid them from killing, which seemed to have released many people's viciousness. Ling Han's gaze turned cold. Slashing by with a finger, a chilling sword chi came out of thin air, and fresh blood spattered that person's leg was severed, flying in an arc and landing on the ground in front of Zhao Ri with a splat. Ah! At this moment the underling realized what had happened. After being startled, he screamed tragically as tears and snot muddled his face. Forgetting to bind up the wound, the bleeding alone might kill. Impudence! How dare you! Courting death! 100 people shouted angrily all together. Was there still order if a person on his own dared to act violently in front of them? Seems like you have some skill. Zhao Ri laughed coldly. Brother Zhang, Brother Li, and Brother Ma, which one of you is willing to take down this brat? He said to 3 youngsters with unordinary bearings. These 3 people were all in the 9th layer of the gushing spring tier, and the haughtiness on their faces was soaring through the sky. In reality, descendants of large families aside, reaching the 9th layer of the gushing spring tiers under 30 in the North region was certainly very impressive, and could be called the finest. After all, there were only so many prodigies that crossed into the spiritual ocean tier because of a fortuitous encounter, either eating a heavenly spirit fruit or taking a spirit pill passed down from ancient times. The youngster surnamed Zhang took large strides over with a smile and said, "Leave a nobody like this to me, it'll save Brother Li and Brother Ma from dirtying your hands." The other two laughed reservedly. The three's strength was more or less the same, so they were all unconvinced about each other. Each one wanted to earn the first place, so they would take turns to display their abilities when encountering situations like this. "Brat, no need to tell me your name, and no need to tell me who's your backer. I don't care. Meeting me here is your greatest misfortune, so just blame your bad fate," the youngster surnamed Zhang said arrogantly, throwing a punch towards Ling Han. In order to display his abilities in front of Li and Ma, this punch was unleashed with all his might to kill Ling Han in a clean sweep. Whoever could take care of their opponent the fastest would obviously be stronger. Ling Han shook his head. Did these youngsters truly think they were the kings of the world, doing whatever they wanted? He snorted and threw a punch as well. War Elephant Fist activated, wang, vein-like lines unfolded, and from inside came a light silver dragon elephant that emitted a great presence, trampling towards the youngster surnamed Zhang. Pooh! Pooh! Everyone spurted out at the same time. Martial intent, that was martial intent. Martial intent manifested meant, the spiritual ocean tier. SHT. Everyone's eyes suddenly popped out. Who would have thought an unprepossessing, 18 to 19-year-old youngster was actually a spiritual ocean tier expert? Now they were done for, having kicked an iron plate. Pung! The dragon elephant ran over and the youngster surnamed Zhang was no more, trampled into a pile of mud. Ling Han was amazed as it was his first time using the war elephant fist that hadn't known of its power. The result was, it crushed an opponent in the 9th layer of the gushing spring tier into crumbs. Moreover, he only cultivated this fist technique for a day, and didn't truly grasp its essence. A true war elephant fist fired out should be golden, and not light silver. However, cultivating it for a day's time to this degree was not bad either. Ling Han laughed. He wasn't overly critical of himself, he was a genius, but not a nature-defying genius. It was just that his luck was relatively better. Sir. Zhao Ri said whilst trembling. The spiritual ocean tier warriors absolutely crushed the gushing spring tier 17. If they had had 100 people here, it would not at all have been enough, not to mention there were only a dozen of them in the gushing spring tier. Still want to eat meat? Ling Han laughed gently, but seeing him crush the youngster surnamed Zhang into meat paste with a single punch, who would still feel Ling Han gentle and amiable? The masses shook their heads all together, moving very orderly. Ling Han nodded, and said, "Hand over your tokens, everyone can get lost except for Zhao Ri." Everyone was as if they'd been granted amnesty. They hurriedly took out their tokens, placed them on the ground, and turned on their heels. If they lost the token, they could still rob more, but if their lives were gone, where would they find that? Zhao Ri clenched his teeth, suddenly breaking into a run. He didn't want to wait helplessly for death. As he turned around and stepped down with his right leg, he stepped on nothing as his entire person instantly fell towards the ground. It wasn't that a hole suddenly appeared on the ground or whatnot, but because his right leg had already been severed by sword chi, so he naturally stepped on nothing. "Ah!" he instantly shouted tragically, struggling to prop his body up. As he sought help from his underlings, none looked twice, simply walking away rapidly with their heads down and making him instantly feel an intense chill. "Don't kill me, I'm a clansman of the Zhao family. My father is Zhao Richeng, a formidable spiritual pedestal tier cultivator, and if he knew you killed me, he would definitely find you and kill you." Zhao Ri could only turn his head to threaten Ling Han. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "All right, I've remembered." He waved his hand and Zhao Ri's head was cut off and spun a few circles on the ground, his eyes still filled with regret. "My sword intent is too strong now. Clearly, when I throw a punch or a palm, it turns into sword chi. This way, even if I use war elephant fist, people would still guess that I actually use a sword. I need to adjust a bit," he muttered to himself. As for trash like Zhao Ri, he wouldn't care even if he killed 10,000 like him. He didn't know how many arrogant second generations like this he killed in his previous life. Chapter 334, Delivering Tokens. Reverie _ Ling Han walked through the mountains, walking along a narrow mountain path towards the Fallen Goose Valley. On the way, he encountered many battles, but he obviously quelled them easily with his strength. If his opponent showed killing intent, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them, but if the other party simply wanted to rob, then he would give them a way out. After all, contending over tokens was the rule of the game, and not personal grievance. Battle after battle, Ling Han finally suppressed his sword chi, forming fist chi once again. Comprehension of a rule led to comprehension of all rules. The world martial arts was originally from one source. Ling Han comprehended by analogy, thinking, I encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation of sword chi. From the fifth flash, it has been no longer smooth. In reality, the fifth one appeared because father was captured and I broke through the shackles under fury. The sixth one was formed through a discussion of sword path with teacher Mo that led to enlightenment. The seventh one was also due to an explosion of emotions. But, I can't always be accompanied by such overwhelming emotions, and I don't want to improve my sword intent through great sorrow since I can't always be so lucky that the people by my side are only ever injured and never die. Since I've encountered a bottleneck with cultivating sword chi, it wouldn't hurt to try other arts and skills. Training the fist technique for such a short time, I can indistinctly feel some sort of resonance with the sword path. Perhaps improving War Elephant Fist to the highest tier can let me form the eighth flash of sword chi. On the third day, Winter Moon Sect's disciples officially joined the exam. Not many, only 300 or so, but these people were all around 25 years old, and the weakest was in the Gushing Spring tier. This was very shocking, disrupting the exam again. Ling Han never met a rival and the tokens he gained reached 10,000, yet the opponents he defeated were but 700 or so. As expected, robbing the right people brought more profits. This already guaranteed his entry into the top 100. Ling Han had no ambition to take the first place because there was no meaning in it as the top 100 all could enter the second round's exam. The Fallen Goose Valley appeared. It was a natural death valley. Birds didn't fly past because there was often fiendish chi that surged upwards from the bottom that even flower blossom tier warriors feared. It was said the Winter Moon Sect once dispatched 3 spiritual infant tier cultivators to investigate, but only 2 came out and both died soon after. Ever since then, the Fallen Goose Valley became a restricted area that no one dared enter. Ling Han and other examinees naturally didn't have to enter the Fallen Goose Valley, simply gathering at the outer perimeter of the valley. After people arrived, they delivered their tokens and registered their identities. Brother, got a question, how many tokens did you get? After Ling Han walked into the safety area, a youngster 20 or so years old approached. Why should I tell you? Ling Han replied with a question. The truth is, of the ones that are coming here now, those in the top 100 have at least 900 tokens, so if you have less, why not sell the tokens to me? If you're way over that amount, why not share some with me, the youngster said, grinning widely. Ling Han laughed and said, not interested. Hey, we can discuss the price, don't go. The youngster caught up, but Ling Han still ignored him, making him shake his head and going back to wait for those that came later. Ling Han walked towards the token delivery point. At least a dozen people struck up a conversation to buy tokens from him, but he still ignored them. When he reached the end, a tall platform was placed here, and those who returned had to walk up to deliver their tokens. Besides that, on the platform was stuck a large white paper, and on it were 100 names, each name with a number behind it. Obviously, it showed those in the top 100 and their scores. Ling Han took a glance. As expected, the last place's score was in the 900s, but this person would definitely be eliminated because there was still half a day's time before the exam was over. There were still large amounts of people that hadn't returned, and there would definitely be many whose score broke through 1,000. He glanced but didn't find the names of the Zhao Huan and the other youngsters of the 9 nations of the desolate north. Perhaps they could advance into top 10,000, but getting into top 100 was too difficult unless their luck was especially good and they met pushovers all the time. Even if they didn't enter top 10,000, they still got plenty yellow dragon fruit, so this trip wasn't for nothing. He only discovered one familiar person, Sword of Justice by Ming, who now ranked second with a score of 11,008. This score might only rank 40 or 50 even lower, but as long as one had 10,000 tokens, one could enter top 100. What meaning would it have to have more? He's a smart one. Ling Han nodded. He walked up to deliver his tokens. When he waved his right hand, a large amount of tokens was piled up on the table, stunning the person responsible for counting, who would have thought that an 18 to 19-year-old youngster was actually so fierce. Ling Han intentionally disguised himself as a bit older, or else a 17-year-old face would be even more shocking. Your score is 10,086 pieces. The people responsible for counting were 4 gushing spring tier warriors, so their speed was naturally fast. And on top of the platform sat a spiritual pedestal tier practitioner, looking like he was resting with eyes closed and not caring, but with such an expert sitting there, who dared to mess around? Name, age, birthplace, and cultivation, a disciple asked, holding a book in his hands that had several names written on it. He was responsible for recording the top 100 people's scores. Although the first round of exam wasn't over, those who broke through the score of 10,000 were guaranteed to enter top 100, the only question being what their rank would ultimately be. Ling Han said, Han Lin, 19 years old, Fu Yun Mountain, the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Han Lin was Ling Han backwards. A 19-year-old spiritual ocean tier cultivator was still surprising, but being older by 2 years was a lot better. Fu Yun Mountain was a small mountain in the north region that Ling Han had read about previously in a geographical record. He took it in passing, and because the vast lands experienced a great calamity in the past 9,000 years, many place names were changed. He couldn't rashly throw out a place name from his previous lifetime. The 4 disciples were all surprised. Although the score of over 10,000 tokens was impressive, it might have been partly luck, but being in the spiritual ocean tier was certainly surprising. Even the expert in the spiritual pedestal tier who was resting couldn't help but open his eyes to size up Ling Han, nodding his head. He said, youngster, not bad. Quite impressive. Ling Han didn't make himself look too old, because his life force was too vigorous. If he really disguised as a 24 or 25-year-old youth, old monsters at the flower blossom tier would see through it with a single glance. If they associated him with one of the great thieves, then he would be in a pretty pickle. Ling Han smiled faintly, and said, thank you, senior, for your compliment. The spiritual pedestal tier expert gave him a friendly smile, not daring to be arrogant. A 19-year-old spiritual ocean tier cultivator was truly something surprising, and in days to come, Ling Han might become a flower blossom tier, or even a spiritual infant tier cultivator. Even if he couldn't be a friend of Ling Han, he definitely couldn't fall foul of him. This is your new token, you mustn't lose it. A disciple handed over a heavy black token. On it, the 2 words, Han Lin, were carved. Facebook, Twitter, Google+ them. Chapter 335, The 7 Sons of Ao Family. Reverie _ Ling Han's score now ranked 7th, which looked high for now, but when everything ended, it might drop down to 40th or 50th place. The top 10 scores were all very close, differing only by a few hundred, or even a dozen points. Clearly, these were smart people. Obtaining 10,000 tokens meant definitely entering top 100. So what did it matter whether the rank was a bit lower or a bit higher? The second round of the exam was the key, and it definitely checked one's power. They only had to give it their all on this stage. Ling Han walked onto a large rock and sat cross-legged. As his right fist trembled lightly, he envisioned the war elephant fist. Fist after fist circulated, and on his fists appeared indistinct luster of vein-like lines formed from martial intent. Being idle, he might as well train. How could he waste time? A mere small fry in the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier dares to show off here. A sharp voice sounded near Ling Han's ear. Ling Han turned his head to see a lanky man looking at him with arms crossed. The 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier was quite an impressive cultivation for his age. After all, the spiritual pedestal tier warriors under 30 years old were still unheard of in the North region. Who do you think you are? Ling Han said sullenly. He was disguised anyways, and under the condition of not revealing his trump card, he didn't want to tolerate anything one bit, acting completely arrogant and domineering. The youngster snorted and said, "This young master is Yen Jun." Oh. Ling Han suddenly realized. Yen Jun was originally ranked 7th and just happened to be pushed down by him, now ranking 8. However, there was no point to contend for rank in the first round and he ran over so early, so he shouldn't bother about ranking at all. In the next examination, I'll beat the SH. of you. Yen Jun said coldly. He certainly didn't care for this round's ranking earlier, but Ling Han was just too young, making him extremely envious. Moreover, Ling Han was only in the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and being pushed down by such a person made him feel even more uncomfortable inside. Dumbass. Ling Han sneered, paying him no more attention. Yen Jun's eyes shot out flames of fury, but he forcefully suppressed it. He simply snorted. Once the second examination began, he would definitely let Ling Han know the immensity of the world. The start of this feud was certainly baffling. Ling Han shook his head and continued to practice fist techniques. He now formed 3 flashes of fist chi, and if he broke through to form a 4th, his battle prowess would have a small but fundamental change. It was already getting dark, a little more than 4 hours before midnight. More and more people returned. Yang Cheng, Si Chi Meng, Zhao Huan, Chiong Yethos that Ling Han were familiar with or knew the names of appeared one after another. He swept a glance and saw Zhao Huan and the others with joyful expressions. Looks like they had quite a good chance of squeezing into top 10,000. Ling Han's rank dropped all the way down as expected, and the first place already surged into a high point of 20,000. It was no other than Yang Cheng. However, without a moment's time, he was pushed down, and the first place became Ao Feng Hang. He ought to be one of the 7 sons of Ao family, but it was unknown which this one was. Ling Han laughed. Ao Feng had too many illegitimate children himself, probably didn't remember them, let alone outsiders. Huh. His gaze focused. He saw a fatty in the crowd, likely 22 or 23 years old. He was very unfamiliar to him, but thanks to that round physique, Ling Han could be sure that this guy was Ma Duobao. His stature was quite the flaw. No matter how kick-ass the disguise pill, it still couldn't disguise him, who was like a crane standing amongst chickens. Catch him. As expected, if Ling Han could discover Ma Duobao, so could Winter Moon sex cultivators. Instantly, several spiritual pedestal tier warriors leapt out from obscure corners, snatching at Ma Duobao. Tanned brother, hope to see you again. Ma Duobao immediately broke into a run and blinked in Ling Han's direction right before leaving. The distance was large, but Ling Han was certain that Ma Duobao had discovered him. Strange. Ling Han was shocked, because he didn't have a special stature, and on top of the disguise, how did Ma Duobao recognize him? Could it be that those who thieve had a special art of distinguishing people? In spite of Ma Duobao being fat, his movement techniques were extremely quick. He was swimming through the crowd like a fish, and even the spiritual pedestal tier pursuers didn't know how to begin arresting him. They went further and further, and in a short moment, Ma Duobao had already ran into the dense forest. Ling Han wasn't worried about that guy. His body was full of treasures, and even he couldn't see through his strength. Ma Duobao had enough ability to keep himself alive. After Hu Niu and Yen Tian Zhao, there was yet another beast. Rong Huanxian had already become an old monster that shouldn't be counted. The rankings continued to renew. More and more of the top 10 were led by those surnamed Ao, and without mentioning, they were definitely the 7 sons of Ao family. This certainly explained the 7 people's strengths that were quite out of the ordinary. So many of them reached top 10 and none of them was 30 years old. From this point, Ao Feng's talent should also be exceptional, or else he couldn't possibly have fathered so many prodigies. It was no wonder the Yu family wanted to arrange a marriage with Ao family back then. When midnight came, the first round's exam ended. Even if there were people who hadn't returned, their score wouldn't be counted. Ling Han's ranking dropped into the 40s, ranking 42nd, while first place was Ao Xing Lai, who attained a shocking score of 30,000. Top 100, those who received the black metal token, follow me, a disciple said. Top 10,000, still tallying, everyone be patient, another disciple said. Ling Han got up and left the Falling Goose Valley, following everyone to a mountaintop called Rising Sword Peak. Yulong Mountains were too large, so even with over 20,000 people in the Winter Moon sect, only 7 mountaintops were occupied. In terms of surface area, it was only 1,000th. However, these 7 mountaintops were abundant with spiritual qi, a holy ground for cultivation. Comparatively, Rising Sword Peak's spiritual qi quality ranked last. This was where the lowest level disciples lived. Ling Han and the others had not officially joined the Winter Moon sect, so they could only live here temporarily. Amongst the top 100, Winter Moon sect's disciples took 30 spots, so 2 factions were naturally formed. The first night, a fight almost broke out, but fortunately, with a spiritual pedestal tier warriors keeping watch, nothing big was stirred up in the end. Ling Han looked around. The 7 sons of Ao family all reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, quite out of the ordinary. Besides the 7, there were a few that showed extraordinary talent, not in the least inferior to that of the 7 sons of Ao family. However, who was stronger would have to be decided in tomorrow's examination. Perhaps, Winter Moon sect's disciples were all unconvinced with each other, wanting to come out as the top 3 amongst themselves. This night was extremely unquiet. Silent conflict was turbulent, but the second day, the sun still rose as usual. Ling Han entered the Black Tower at midnight and refined the yellow dragon fruit into Return Spirit Fruit 1. He might as well not waste time. A spiritual pedestal tier expert appeared before long, urging everyone to wake up. Without letting them eat breakfast, he brought them to a large platform on the mountainside. White or paved these tiles here, hardness was one of its distinguishing features. Even a spiritual pedestal tier warrior's full power attack wouldn't easily break them. It was most suitable for making a battleground. The true ranking battle was about to begin. Chapter 336, Reexamination. Reverie _ Time's limited, and you will all be this sect's disciples hereafter with many chances to spar, so today's re-examination will be carried out quickly. The spiritual pedestal tier cultivator spoke. He pointed at the plaza and continued, yesterday's 91st to 100 step forward, and line up on the field. Immediately, 10 people stepped forward and stood separately on the field. 81st to 90 step forward, he said again, waiting for 10 people to step forward, and continued, you guys can pick one to challenge, the victor stays, and the loser gets eliminated. The battles begin now. But whether or not the battle ends, the second round of battles starts an hour later, and if the 2 people are still battling on the field, then both will be eliminated. Start. With that said, at least 5 people already started to fighting. Rest was counted in the time of battle, with a total of 1 hour's time, so the faster one's opponent was taken care of, the more time one had to rest. Moreover, the order in which people took the field was a reward for those who scored well yesterday. The top 10 could battle at their best in the final round. Of course, a true expert would not care about that at all, having the confidence to easily overcome their opponents. The battle soon became heated. If they lost in this round, they would be eliminated, so everyone fought with all their might. Of course, if they didn't need to use their trump cards, they wouldn't. After all, if they wanted to advance into top 10, there were still many tough battles ahead. 10 minutes later, the first battle was over, and another pair tangled for an hour without a victor. Well, the 2 were both eliminated. The 71st place to the 80th place took the field, and the second round of battle started. A lucky fellow won without fighting, and could welcome the third round of battles in his peak form. Round after round, each one an hour. This speed was very fast, and after 4 hours, it was Ling Han's turn. Huh. Ling Han revealed an astounded expression, because his opponent was Zhao Hongcheng. Before the exam, he was the one who mocked Qi Yongyi and others as narrow-minded, and also looked down completely on Ling Han. What a coincidence that Ling Han actually bumped into him. Do you forfeit or should I beat you till you concede? Zhao Hongqing said arrogantly. Ling Han smiled and said, we're both in the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Where do you get your confidence from? From this. Zhao Hongqing brandished his sword. It was an oddly shaped sword, with the tip split like a snake's tongue and an extremely thin fuller. 7 vein-like lines could be seen on top of it. Silver Serpent Sword, 4th tier spirit tool. Under full activation, it can rival the battle prowess of one in the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. He circulated his spiritual chi and began to activate the martial intent of the spirit tool. Instantly, the vein-like lines shone and the spirit tool emitted a strong presence. In a sense, the spirit tool was equivalent to a cultivator of the same tier, and Zhao Hongqing himself was a spiritual ocean tier warrior, which was enough to fully activate the Silver Serpent Sword's powers. Therefore, it was now equivalent to 2 spiritual ocean tier opponents attacking Ling Han together. Moreover, Silver Serpent Sword's power was comparable to an opponent in the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, so no wonder Zhao Hongqing would be full of confidence. One in the 1st layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and one in the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. That meant there would be some chances of winning even if encountering an opponent in the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Zhao Hongqing never used the Silver Serpent Sword in the previous exam in order to surprise people at the next examination. However, there was no rule in the tournament that one couldn't use spirit tools, so even if he won relying on the Silver Serpent Sword, at most people would only look down on him for not winning with his own skills. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, should I reveal a sense of fear to coordinate with you? Don't need to pretend, you're certainly feeling scared. Zhao Hongqing charged out with his sword. Being at the 1st layer of the spiritual ocean tier while fully activating a 5th layer spiritual ocean tier spirit tool was a great burden for him, so he hoped to take care of Ling Han as soon as possible, obtaining some time to recover. Ling Han formed a fist and moved. Hong, martial intent circulated, and vein-like lines spread out as a silver-colored dragon elephant stepped through the air, charging at Zhao Hongqing. Pung! In a fierce clash, Zhao Hongqing backed up repeatedly, his expression extremely pale. The power in that attack was too heavy, shaking his internal organs such that he felt it extremely unbearable, almost spitting out blood. What? Yikes! Seeing this scene, those who were originally absent-minded all revealed astounded expressions. That this punch pushed back Zhao Hongqing wasn't a big deal as he was at the 1st layer of the spiritual ocean tier after all, but he held a spirit tool that was fully activated now. That was weird. His battle prowess should be 6 stars. Many people evaluated. This was very surprising, a 1st layer spiritual ocean tier youth that had 6 stars battle prowess, that was very hard to believe. He should be wearing some sort of spirit tool that's already activated, otherwise, battle prowess surpassing 5 stars? Even amongst us not many can do it, right? Someone immediately thought of a reasonable explanation. Vambraces or leggings could be worn underneath clothes, so it would be very hard to discover them even when they were activated. There are still a few people with battle prowess surpassing 5 stars, but only Aoda has 6 stars. Someone's gaze moved towards a 22 to 23-year-old youngster. This person was Aoda, whose real name was Ao Xinglai. The 7 sons of Ao family's ranking was not based on age, but on ability. Ao Xinglai was Ao Feng's most remarkable son, with cultivation in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. It was said that he already had 1 foot in the spiritual pedestal tier, and such talent could be called a prodigy even in the middle state off course, not top-notch. At least in the North region, there were already spiritual pedestal tier prodigies in this age segment. Ao Xinglai slightly raised the corner of his lips. He certainly didn't believe that Ling Han possessed battle prowess surpassing 5 stars, and even if it was so, it couldn't rival his. His battle prowess fully unleashed could actually surpass 7 stars. His confidence not only came from being the head of the 7 sons of Ao family and the Winter Moon Sect's #1 genius, but also from being North Region's #1 prodigy. One day, he would enter the middle state and sweep across the prodigies there, casting down his legendary reputation that would go down in the annals of history. I don't believe. Zhao Hongqing straightened his sword, charging right back. I'm in the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and you too, we both have spirit tools as well. Could I be weaker than you? He brandished the long sword and 4 flashes of sword chi were shot out. For flashes of sword chi, not bad, not bad, he's got talent on the sword path. Lin Han fired a punch, also with 4 flashes of fist chi circulating, forming 4 golden fists that traveled towards Zhao Hongqing. Peng, 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 sword chi and fist chi collided, annihilating one another. Ah! Zhao Hongqing bellowed, brandishing his sword continuously. They were both in the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier, so even with a spirit tool in hand, their energy consumption was very great. He only had to last a little longer than Ling Han to win. Ling Han's Dantian space was 100 times larger than a normal spiritual ocean tier warrior's, and his spiritual ocean was also 10 times larger. Moreover, he had 2 that formed yin and yang, almost returning to the universe's origins. Thus, he didn't hurry and just used his opponent to practice the war elephant fist. Chapter 337, Polishing the Fist Technique. Reverie _ Inside Ling Han's body were 2 spiritual oceans, one on the bottom as earth, and one on top as heaven, symbolizing the yin and yang. When he allocated his origin power, he could choose one of the 2 spiritual oceans, but if necessary, the 2 large spiritual oceans could both circulate at the same time. One yin and one yang, although opposites, it could give terrifying bursts of spiritual power, making his power skyrocket to the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Against a nobody like Zhao Hongqing, he naturally didn't have to use his full strength. The Earth's spiritual ocean circulating was enough of a power support. He mainly experienced the subtle changes in the war elephant fist, improving upon his fist path. All arts in the world aimed for the same end, so if he could form 7 flashes of sword chi, then it also meant he could reach 7 flashes of fist chi. However, there had to be a process, and he was reducing that process now by battling Zhao Hongqing. Die! 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 Zhao Hongqing was as if he were in frenzy. Seeing that it was almost the time limit of an hour yet he was still tangling with Ling Han, he thought he and Ling Han would both be eliminated. This enraged him beyond control as he felt that Ling Han was extremely detestable. Ling Han obviously couldn't beat him, but why must he continue to tangle with him? Die your sister! Ling Han yelled out explosively as he threw a punch fiercely. 4 flashes of fist chi set out, turning into 4 silver fists, which evolved into 4 dragon elephants that charged at Zhao Hongqing. What? Everyone cried out, was this a breakthrough during the battle? If it were true, then this guy was too scary. One who could turn pressure into motivation during battle to break through one's own limits was definitely a genius amongst geniuses. Impossible, this guy probably formed 4 flashes of fist chi long ago but avoided using it, and now unleashed it explosively to intentionally scare people. He wants to make people think he broke through during battle to attract the sex attention. What a truly deep scheme. Truly too naive. They all shook their heads. They were all conceited themselves, but such a breakthrough was impossible even for them, so they subconsciously thought it was fake. Otherwise, wouldn't it be saying that they were inferior? However, a few people were in deep thought, what if this was real? Fortunately, there were only 4 flashes of fist chi, just entering the accomplished level and not yet qualified to be called a king. Hong. 4 flashes of fist chi against 3 flashes were like a 4th layer suppression against a 3rd layer. There was still a great difference between the one who was at the middle stage and the one who was at the early stage, so, this punch rolled over, sending Zhao Hongqing flying along with his sword. At this moment it was roughly about an hour since the fight began. The 10 who ranked 30 or so had their sight on Ling Han. This guy just experienced a great neck-and-neck battle and had absolutely no time to recover, so if they could challenge Ling Han, then it would be equivalent to fighting a pushover. Zhao Hongqing lay on the ground, his face full of disbelief. He actually encountered an opponent that broke through during the battle. The top 30, step forward, the spiritual pedestal tier cultivator said. Begin the next round. Shua, a lithe and graceful girl, was the fastest to arrive before Ling Han. She smiled enchantingly at the surrounding people as she said, "This little sister thanks every fellow brother for giving way." This was a very beautiful girl, and on top of her alluring figure, people involuntarily looked twice. When she leapt out, she intentionally swung her hips and stuck her chest out and fully displayed her physique, making the other 9 instinctively look toward her. That was how she ended up getting Ling Han, the pushover. The other 9 cried out, "Bad luck." Inwardly, did they harbor lust? Just admit defeat. The girl attacked Ling Han. She was stronger than Zhao Hongqing, at the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier. However, if she was only so good, then she naturally wouldn't rival Ling Han, who possessed battle prowess of 6 stars. Since she dared to challenge Ling Han, she obviously had something to rely on. As she attacked, she unleashed an exquisite pagoda embodied by jade. Flashes of vein-like lines shined, forming a visible wave that vibrated towards Ling Han. Ling Han immediately felt small tower emit a thought of extreme disgust. This thought obviously wasn't directed at him but the exquisite pagoda. Heh, this spirit tool is quite interesting. Can't stand other tower-shaped spirit tools. Wang, the wave was like a tidal wave, extremely tempestuous. Ling Han threw out a blank punch and formed a vein-like line that expanded rapidly, as if a shield protecting him. The wave the exquisite pagoda emitted passed by, sending layers of ripples as the vein-like lines immediately showed several cracks. When the shield was shattered, the exquisite pagoda's attack also ended. The girl couldn't help but be surprised that power contained in Ling Han's punch was so accurately measured, not a single bit enough or too much as if he'd fought her before. However, at this moment, it wasn't time for her to be shocked. She immediately shook the tower lightly, releasing a wave and drawing her sword to attack as she leapt outwards. Xiao, 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 4 flashes of sword chi spread out, its power overwhelming. As expected, she could come this far not because of the spirit tool's power, but because she personally possessed amazing strength. Ling Han received her attack, continuing to use his opponent to practice War Elephant Fist. Some people took notice of Ling Han and couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions. The girl's strength was obviously above Zhao Hongqing's, but Ling Han was still able to fight back and forth without falling at a disadvantage. This meant that Ling Han held back his strength. Since that was so, could it possibly be that Ling Han wasn't using his full strength right now? If he can advance into the next round, I'll pick him as my opponent, a man with an imposing appearance said. His cultivation of the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier was quite out of the ordinary. Senior brother Yu's actually harboring the urge to battle a small fry in the 1st layer of the spiritual ocean tier? Someone laughed, but immediately revealed an expression of doubt. Senior brother Yu, aren't you thinking too highly of him? Senior brother Yu revealed a smile, and fighting spirit flashed past his eyes. No, my senses can't be wrong. This guy is worthy of a battle. Tisk. The 7 sons of Ao family snorted at the same time, appearing to think very much otherwise. 7 sons of Ao family, what are you snorting at? Need a beating. Senior brother Yu looked over without hiding the scorn in his expression. You? A defeated opponent. Ao Jianqing waggled his finger, appearing to think otherwise. You Kai Yu, whenever you can beat the 7th, then you can challenge the rest of us. Ao Xinglai said. Ao Jianqing wasn't the youngest amongst the 7 sons of Ao family, but since his strength was the weakest, he ranked last. Hearing Ao Xinglai's words, Ao Jianqing couldn't help but reveal a hint of anger. Inside the Ao family, competition was also fierce, and he was not resigned to sit at the 7th place. Yu Kai said, wait till I advance into the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, I will challenge each one of you. You say it like you're very impressive. Ao Fong Heng picked his ears, and then blew at his finger, showing his disdain in overtones. Chapter 338, Cousin. Reverie _ The AO family and the Yu family had never got along, and the older people naturally knew why, but the newbies didn't understand. They only thought that elder chiefs, AO and Yu, had differing views, which resulted in their juniors also being locked in a fierce struggle. However, they didn't know that it was because of the hatred between their children 20 years ago that made the two families that were supposed to become relatives stand on opposing sides. But no matter how much they didn't get along, they wouldn't end up in a deadlock in public. After all, the two families each had one elder chief. But looking again at the two families' descendants, while there were certainly many incompetent people in the AO family, there had to be a few prodigies because AO Feng left his seed everywhere and had so many children. And the probability of it was somewhat surprising, since there were actually 7 people, and each one was stronger than Yu Kaiyu, apparently. In the fight between the family's descendants, the AO family won, moreover with an overwhelming advantage. If Ling Han knew, he would definitely sneer, really? If every one of AO Feng's sons died, then it would be useless no matter how talented they are. In the field, Ling Han threw punches like the rain. His fists became faster and faster, and the 5th flash of fist chi was almost cultivated by him, just about to burst out. This gave the girl an enormous amount of pressure. She was doing her best to set off the exquisite pagoda, but this was a spirit tool and its strongest power was only comparable to the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, so how could it be of threat to Ling Han? When 1 hour was almost up, Ling Han threw a heavy punch and sent the girl flying with 5 flashes of fist chi. Hiss! This time, quite a few people were truly shocked. Even if Ling Han had already grasped 5 flashes of fist chi and concealed it earlier, that itself meant he was extraordinary. Besides, Ling Han clearly battled continuously for an hour earlier, and still persisted in a high-intensity battle for another hour. Such resilience was truly terrifying. This one shouldn't be underestimated. Ling Han stood tall, battling for 2 hours straight, but with his Dantian and spiritual ocean's massiveness, such energy expenditure didn't even take up 1/100th of all his energy. Otherwise, he wouldn't battle in this way. TSK, he wasn't stupid. 21 to 30 step forward, the spiritual pedestal tier warrior said in a tone that was calm and without emotion. Yu Kaiyu took a sudden stride forward, arriving in front of Ling Han, and said, "You can now rest, and whenever you've recovered, we can battle." As he said that, quite a few people insulted him, calling him an idiot. Those who didn't take advantage where there was one were bastards. It involved the top 10 spots, and even if they couldn't get the top 1, they could still receive medicinal pills and whatnot as rewards. Who wouldn't give it their all? Was it because he was too strong that he had such confidence? He knows that he can't beat us, the 7 sons of AO family, so he might as well pretend to be generous. With us 7 here, he can at most rank number 8 anyways, Ao Jian said, showing his extreme disdain. Because spiritual ocean tier battle's destructive power was extremely immense, everyone watched the battle from several hundred meters away. At this distance, and on top of all the noise of the battles, it was very hard to hear what they said. So, Ling Han didn't know that the person in front of him was called Yu Kaiyu, and Yu Kaiyu couldn't hear Ao Jian's slander. Just from those words alone, Ling Han had a favorable impression of Yu Kaiyu, cupping his hand in obeisance as he said, "Senior brother, what should I call you?" Yu Kaiyu. Ling Han was temporarily startled. Surnamed Yu, could he be Yuzhen Shan's son? He probed, "I wonder if you can tell me who Commander Yu, Yuzhen Shan, is to brother Yu?" "He's my father." Yu Kaiyu didn't find it strange. He was Yuzhen Shan's son, and all Winter Moon sect's disciples would know such a matter. It wasn't some secret. As expected, this was his elder cousin. Ling Han laughed inside, and said inwardly, "Oh, elder cousin, it's your old man's fault for not stopping Ao Feng back then, causing my family to be worlds apart. Today, I'll beat up this elder cousin and hang that old uncle and beat him, then this contradiction can be counted as cleared." A family had no overnight hatred. This would seem to violate morals for most people. How could a nephew beat his uncle? But the soul dominating this body was the Grand Master of Alchemy from 10 millennia ago, and although he accepted his current identity, it didn't mean his every word and every action would be limited by this identity. In a bad mood? Just vent that anger. No need to rest, let's fight. Ling Han made a hooking motion with his fingers. I'm at the cultivation of the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, with 1 foot already in the 9th layer. Moreover, I cultivate 3 high-level black-grade arts. If you don't adjust to your optimal status, you definitely won't stand more than a single exchange of blows. Yu Kaiyu said, annoyed. I want to defeat you at your best, and not just win. Hee, why must I satisfy you? Who do you think you are? Ling Han laughed aloud, charged outwards, and initiated the attack. Yu Kaiyu snorted, throwing a casual punch. He wanted to let Ling Han know what disparity meant, then, he would give Ling Han time to rest so that they could fight as fair as possible. Ling Han gave no sign of weakness, and greeted the attack with a punch. Pung! The two clashed once, and immediately, a visible shock wave rippled outwards. The pairs on the side were actually quite far away, but they were sent retreating continuously by this shock wave, staring aghast at them and caring no longer for their own battles. Huh! Yu Kaiyu was shocked. The power of Ling Han's punch wasn't much weaker than his. He had the cultivation of the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier with overbearing power, but he couldn't suppress a guy in the 1st layer of the spiritual ocean tier. The spirit tool on his opponent had to be truly overpowered. Ling Han smiled and said, Senior brother, you, let me beat you up, then we can be friends hereafter. There was subtext to his words, after we fight, we're all on the same side. However, Yu Kaiyu didn't know who Ling Han was, and couldn't help but be angered. This guy actually wanted to beat him up? Too contemptible. Where did he get such courage and confidence from? He released a long cry and began his attacks on Ling Han. This time he was infuriated, using arts. Both his fists instantly turned as dark as iron, the chilling metallic light on their surface. As the punch was thrown, martial intent blossomed. On his right fist, vein-like lines immediately shined, forming an odd pattern that instantly extended to his entire arm, almost as if his entire right arm turned into a spirit tool. With one punch thrown, even the air was pressuring Ling Han, forming visible hurricanes. That one surnamed you seem to have greatly improved his fist techniques, Ao Jianqing said, frowning. Ao Fenghang nodded and said, if his power increased another tier, he might actually be a threat to us. Ao Xinglai simply laughed arrogantly. His strength surpassed the rest of the 7 by a whole lot. These 6 were truly narrow-minded, completely unaware of their own strengths, guessing presumptuously. Chapter 339, Let's Be Friends. Reverie _ Ling Han stepped forward and battled Yu Kaiyu. He also used the War Elephant Fist, without any intention of holding back. 5 flashes of fist chi burst out. One punch could fire out 4 light silver dragon elephants that emitted a primitive and desolate aura, charging towards Yu Kaiyu. Dragon elephants were mythical beasts from the ancient times that completely disappeared many millennia ago, leaving behind only a legend. There was no doubt that the dragon elephant was strong, being able to topple mountains and overturn seas, even splitting open heaven and earth. However, the true dragon elephant was entirely golden, and had the torso of a brute elephant. The power from curling its trunk could strangle even a true dragon to death. On the top of its head grew dragon horns that could support the skies, and its limbs were like the pillars of world that could suppress the earth. The dragon elephant that Ling Han fired out was only light silver in color, and only had the shape of a brute elephant without horns, so the power was naturally far from comparable to the real dragon elephant. However, this also made Ling Han quite surprised. If this fist technique was developed to its limits and could form a true dragon elephant, then just how powerful would one punch be? As expected, those 6 heaven-tier warriors in his previous life all had surprising backgrounds. This fist technique was definitely not simple. However, Ling Han had an indistinct feeling that the fist technique he received was not complete. If he continued to develop it, it could only reach Earth grade, and wouldn't be able to become a heaven grade art, not to mention crossing into God grade. From this perspective, Sword Emperor was the most practical. The 3 styles of black origin could be activated as long as one grasped Sword Chi, Sword Ray, or Sword Heart. If Na Tu Lan also didn't die and entered God Realm, then he would definitely beat him up if there would be a chance to in the future. Hong. As Ling Han pondered, his battle with Yu Kai-yu became more intense. Yu Kai-yu was certainly beyond the norm with his cultivation of the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but his true battle prowess reached 14 stars, possessing battle prowess surpassing 6 stars. This was very surprising, so even the expressions of the 7 sons of Ao family changed slightly. Yu Kai-yu could now fight on par with the 6 of them and only Ao Xing Lai could easily win, but if Yu Kai-yu advanced into the 9th layer, then maybe even Ao Xing Lai could only share the limelight with him. Wrong, my battle prowess surpasses 7 stars. Ao Xing Lai said inwardly. His gaze swept by, appearing to show some disdain. Although these brothers stood side by side, his battle prowess was stronger by 2 stars, making him feel somewhat wronged. The 7 of them should be called 1 dragon and 6 tigers. His strength was much stronger. The 6 other brothers had no right to stand by his side. But Ling Han was even more surprising. If his opponent was weak, his performance was relatively mediocre, but if his opponent was strong, his battle prowess changed accordingly. Yu Kai-yu's battle prowess reached 14 stars, but Ling Han completely kept up, without even a hint of falling at a disadvantage. How could anyone believe this? Just how strong was this guy? He was clearly in the 1st layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but also possessed battle prowess surpassing 6 stars, so his battle prowess should only be 7 stars. How could he then rival Yu Kai-yu's 14 stars of battle prowess? Could it be, the spirit tool on him could further increase battle prowess by 7 stars? Yu Kai-yu bellowed repeatedly. Whether Ling Han used a spirit tool or not, he, who was a dignified practitioner at the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, still couldn't suppress Ling Han at the 1st layer of the spiritual ocean tier. It was a fact he couldn't accept at all. He naturally had spirit tools, spirit talismans, and medicinal pills that could increase battle prowess for a short amount of time, but he was too proud, having such a great advantage in cultivation. He still needed to use external things like spirit tools. Then what meaning would a victory should he win have? He would only lose face. He held in his breath, and continued to exchange blows with Ling Han. Hey, that newbie this year is too strong, right? Even senior brother, you can't suppress him. If both of them get eliminated, then that would be too hilarious, a Winter Moon Sex disciple said. Wouldn't that be a good thing? Another spot would be open. True. Of those under 30 years old, only the 7 sons of Ao family can suppress senior brother Yu. That guy there called Sword of Justice something is strong too. He's only at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but his battle prowess is at least 12 stars. Truly surprising. Didn't you guys hear Elder Chief Sure say that martial arts are in a super golden age when prodigies are emerging without end, and perhaps there would be freaks in the future with battle prowess surpassing 10 stars? There were many discussions in the surrounding people, and as more and more people were eliminated, the remaining people were the more dazzling. Senior brother Yu, thank you. Ling Han suddenly said without rhyme or reason. Yu Kai-yu completely had no idea what he was talking about, and just when he was about to snap back, Ling Han threw a punch with 6 flashes of fist chi advancing and turning into 7 dragon elephants that charged at him. What? He was greatly shocked that there were actually 6 flashes of fist chi. This was already the consummate of great mastery, almost crossing into the rank of kings. This was too scary. He, too, only grasped 6 flashes of fist chi's 7th flash was like a chasm, which he was stuck at for more than 4 years. He just couldn't cross into the king's realm of 7 or more flashes. This thank you was because Ling Han quickly achieved a breakthrough under Yu Kai-yu's pressure. Of course, the main reason was that he had originally grasped 7 flashes of sword chi, or else no matter how much of a genius he was, he wouldn't be able to easily achieve a breakthrough. With these 6 flashes of fist chi firing out, and on top of the war elephant fist, Ling Han gradually took the upper hand. His power was originally no weaker than Yu Kai-yu's, and now he was no longer at a disadvantage in the amount of fist chi flashes. Moreover, his art was stronger than Yukai-Yu's, and adding the discernment of a heaven tier on top of that, if he still couldn't take the upper hand, then he should really just find a block of tofu and knock himself to death. Hong, 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 he launched punch after punch like a barbarian from the wilderness, impervious to reason, simply throwing punches of iron to crush everything. Flash after flash of martial intent exploded, its light dazzling. Yukai-Yu retreated repeatedly. With his current battle prowess, he was no longer a match for Ling Han. He hesitated on whether or not he should unleash his spirit tool, because Ling Han, apparently, used spirit tools. However, as he thought of the great advantage he had in tier, which was enough to compensate for this spirit tool, the two were fighting fairly. If he used a spirit tool, then it would not be the fair fight he'd sought. Pung! Without completing his train of thought, he took a heavy punch on the face and was instantly sent flying. He only felt numbness on a part of his face and a pungent taste in his throat. He opened his mouth and hacked out blood continuously, along with 3 broken teeth. Ling Han leapt over and reached with his hand out toward Yukai-Yu, smiling as he said, "We're even, and from now on we're fellow brothers." Yukai-Yu only thought that fellow brothers meant senior or junior apprentice. He instinctively touched his cheek and said, "You punched me so heavily and still think of becoming brothers with me?" Ling Han smiled mischievously, took out a pill bottle, and said, "This is Return Origin Pill." Yukai-Yu's gaze instantly burned up with fervor. Return Origin Pill was the highest quality 4th-tier medicinal pill. It couldn't improve cultivation and couldn't restore origin power. It had only one function, compacting one's tier. Chapter 340, A True Tycoon. Reverie _ For a genius like Yukai-Yu, the more solidly he compacted his foundation, the higher the tier he would be able to charge into in the future and the stronger his battle prowess compared to the same tier would be. Normal people were different. Being able to break through was a great joy. They didn't care about the foundation and whatnot, prioritizing improving their tier. If the foundation wasn't sturdy enough, then how high of a building could one build? When it reached a certain height, it would collapse. Thus, the more talented one was, the less one would be in blind pursuit of improving tiers. Amongst the 7 heaven-tier warriors in Ling Han's past, Ma Wei-yang was the typical case of a great talent that matured slowly. His aptitude was the worst amongst the 7 and his every leap slower than the others, but at each and every step, he compacted his foundation extremely sturdily. No large tier ever posed a problem to him, and at last, he crossed into the heaven tier only 10 years later than Sword Emperor and the rest. It was clear just how important compacting the foundation was. The problem lay in that even though everyone knew that compacting it at each step was very important, just how should they do it? Relying on one's own efforts to solidify a tier to the extreme, then breaking through, needed at least a dozen years, or even more. However, in case of those below the flower blossom tier, they only had 100 years or so of lifespan, so how could they have enough time? Thus, it was obvious just how precious medicinal pills that compacted one's cultivation were. First, such medicinal pills were hard to refine, and second, the original ingredients were too scarce. There was demand but no supply. Even if one carried a mountain of gold and silver, one might not even be able to buy it, and even if one were able to, one might not be able to buy enough. It wasn't like taking one was enough. It needed to be consumed continuously as one raised one's tier so as to keep solidifying each tier. Yukai-Yu was now at the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean, and he at least needed 100 or so restore origin pills to fully compact his cultivation at the spiritual ocean tier to the point of it being unshakable. Once he saw Ling Han take out such a medicinal pill, not only was Yukai-Yu's gaze burning with desire, even the 7 sons of Ao family revealed greedy expressions. There were too many descendants in the Ao family. Even if their family was affluent, after dividing share after share, what could possibly remain? Luckily, the 7 sons of Ao family had amazing talent, receiving the sex-emphasized fostering, or else, relying solely on the Ao family to grow. It would be pretty decent if just 1 or 2 of them excelled in their family. After all, the Winter Moon sect wasn't the AO family's. So? Ling Han shook the pill bottle. Inside was a total of 20 Restore Origin pills, which he refined after receiving yellow dragon fruits. He originally planned to give it to Lu Yutong and the others, but he unexpectedly met Yu Kaiyu first. Planning on being my friend yet? I'm indomitable before threats and immune to bribery. Yu Kaiyu said, clenching his teeth. Ling Han sighed, took out another pill bottle, and shook it. Inside it were 20 more Restore Origin pills. Fuck. The temptation of 1 bottle of Restore Origin pill he could resist, but 2 bottles, even if it couldn't compact his tear to perfection, half of the work would be done. Besides, the Yu family was also a large family, and with 40 Restore Origin pills, he'd already have half and be more sure of getting all 80 he needed. He already ate 10 pellets before, so he would probably be able to cultivate the spiritual ocean tier to perfection. At this rate, he should be invincible at the spiritual ocean tier, and once he crossed into the spiritual pedestal tier, he would possess at least 5 stars battle prowess. Ling Han laughed mischievously and took out a 3rd pill bottle, shaking it and placing it with the others. Yu Kaiyu couldn't help but lick his lips and said, "Don't you say that this bottle is also Restore Origin pills?" Ling Han threw over the 3 pill bottles and said with a smile, "You've probably eaten these outdated pills. Check for yourself." Outdated? Hearing this, everyone felt the urge to beat the hell out of Ling Han. If Restore Origin pill was outdated, what counted as recent? The well-fed wouldn't know how the starving suffered. Yu Kaiyu opened a pill bottle and dumped the medicinal pills onto his hand. These were yellow, bean-sized pills, each emitting a bittersweet smell, which was very familiar to him. It certainly is a Restore Origin pill, and the quality is extremely high, he cried out, hurriedly checking the other 2 bottles of medicinal pills. The result was the same, which made his heart palpitate. The Yu family had few descendants, and he was the only one in the younger generation. It could be said that all the resources were used on him, but he had only ever eaten a dozen or so Restore Origin pills, which cost the Yu family countless financial resources and favors. However, Ling Han causally took out 60 Restore Origin pills. What did this mean? A tycoon, a super tycoon. How can you possibly have so many Restore Origin pills? He asked with a quiver in his voice. Seeing such a large fortune would make even his old man's knees go soft, because it could just about foster a perfect spiritual ocean tier warrior. It was an extremely shocking thing. Ling Han smiled faintly, and said, "Still bothered by that punch and not going to be my friend? Pa, if you give me 2 more bottles of Restore Origin pill, I can let you punch me twice more," Yu Kaiyu immediately said, having no backbone. This didn't cause other people to look down on him. Those were Restore Origin pills, and even if 1 punch could only be traded for 1 pill, countless people would be willing to present their faces for a beating. But who would be that bored and waste medicinal pills so extravagantly? Yu Kaiyu was proud without a doubt, but he wasn't an idiot. He immediately lowered his attitude and placed the benefits first. It wasn't humiliating to be beaten in a jest, anyways. He reached out to grab Ling Han and borrowed his power to stand up, but he then reached to touch his face and said, "But honestly, that punch of yours was truly heavy." Ling Han smiled. Thinking of the pain his old man suffered, could he have thrown a weak punch? If this punch landed on the 7 sons of AO family or AO Feng, it wouldn't be just about pain, but about taking their lives. My master is an alchemist, and is busy with refining pills all day. So, ask me for whatever medicinal pills you want. I'm so broke that the only thing I have left are medicinal pills, Ling Han explained. Everyone came to a sudden realization, this guy had a high-grade alchemist behind him. It was no wonder he could take out 3 bottles of Restore Origin pills. They were all envious, they wanted to be poor like that too. They looked at Ling Han with completely different gazes now. This wasn't a new member of the sect, but a golden and dazzling treasure chest, inside of which were infinite medicinal pills. The men all looked enviously at Yu Kaiyu, who easily received 3 bottles of Restore Origin pills, and they wanted even more to become friends with Ling Han. Medicinal pills could be taken as one pleased. The females looked at Ling Han with burning and seductive gazes. It obviously needn't be said what their intentions were. No wonder this guy had a 4th-tier high-quality spirit tool that could made his battle prowess break through 14 stars. Would one who could casually take out 3 bottles of Restore Origin pills lack money? Other things aside, as long as he was willing to trade Restore Origin pills, would he still not be able to get a 4th-tier high-quality spirit tool? After this round of battles ended, there were only 30 people who qualified to stay. 11th to 20th place stepped forward. The spiritual pedestal tier was also somewhat shocked at Ling Han's confidence, but he still had a mission at hand. He still announced the start of the 8th round of battles. And this time, everyone avoided Ling Han the best they could. Chapter 341, Battling the 7th Son of Ao Family. Reverie _ Previously, people thought that Ling Han was just a chicken, but now, this guy not only turned into somewhat of a fierce tiger, but also a god of wealth. Such a person, who would want to battle him? First, they might not even win. The top 100 in their strength had no definite relationship. Yu Kaiyu's strength was definitely in the top 10, but in the first round's exam, he only ranked in the 20s. Therefore, even Yu Kaiyu was defeated at the hands of Ling Han. Who else would be able to fend against Ling Han? Moreover, even if they won, it might not be a good thing. Who would want to be their friend if they were marked by Ling Han? So, each person wanted to avoid Ling Han. There were 9 other people to challenge anyways. However, there had to be a person with bad luck that would face Ling Han. He laughed embarrassedly, and said, "This humble one is Xing Yuan. It's an honor to see senior brother Han. This battle won't be fought. This humble one concedes." First, he certainly wasn't Ling Han's match, and second, he wanted more do Ling Han a favor. Ling Han smiled slightly, and said, "You let me win." Xing Yuan couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Was that all? He wanted to be friends with Ling Han. This guy was rich and imposing, and was absolutely shocking when he gave out 3 bottles of Restore Origin pill at once. In everyone's eyes, Ling Han was probably foolishly rich. Wasn't he? Taking out such a great gift to a person he just met, if this wasn't foolishly rich, what was it? Since that was so, why not give him a few bottles? He felt extremely awkward, but he had to turn back, retreating into the crowd. Seeing this, everyone thought to themselves, so this guy wasn't an idiot. After this round, there was only one more round left. Those who won could advance into top 10 and receive rewards. However, if they wanted to be first, then they definitely had to experience many battles. 1 hour later, the second last round completely ended, with only 20 people still remaining on the field. Amongst them, Winter Moon Sect's disciples took 14 spots. A large sect was a large sect after all. They certainly had deep roots. However, there were still 6 outsiders that remained. This meant that the strength of these outsiders was quite out of the ordinary. The truth was so. Some forces didn't establish sects or factions, and instead developed as a family. Although their strength couldn't be compared to that of a sect, after generations of accumulation, they possessed a shocking amount of cultivation resources. Concentrated all on one descendant, it was enough to create a prodigy. Yang Chong, Bai Ming, and Si Chi Meng were amongst those, while the last 2 were males called Wang Ping and Shi Ji Yuan. Both were at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, which was truly shocking as they were only slightly inferior to Yu Kaiyu. "Last round, start," the spiritual pedestal tier overseer said. "Hee, which one of you will pick that guy?" The 7 sons of Ao family looked at each other. They had their attention on Ling Han. This guy can't be underestimated. Even Yu Kaiyu was defeated at his hands, Ao Jianqing said. "That's because Yu Kaiyu is too stupid and didn't use the spirit tool he had, stubbornly fighting head-on empty-handed. He was defeated because of idiocy," Ao Fengheng said. "That might not be the case. He received 3 bottles of Restore Origin pills, the price of which exceeds even the Thunder battle armor. Not in the first place, yet he received medicinal pills that surpassed the first place. Clearly a smart move." Whatever, if we can avoid him, then we'll avoid him and play with him in the final ranking battles. Yes. They reached a consensus, but the problem was, they wanted to avoid Ling Han, but what about others? It wasn't like people didn't see that Yu Kai-yu was no match for him, so as they stepped out, the other 3 people had already found their opponents. Obviously, none of them picked Ling Han. In other words, amongst the 7 of them, 1 had to face Ling Han. I'll go. Ao Jiancheng came forward. Alright, then it's up to you, 7th brother. That's right, he's merely in the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier. If any other of us was sent out, then that would truly be thinking too highly of him. The other 6 sons nodded one after another, then each searched for their own opponents. Admit defeat and forfeit. Ao Jiancheng stood in front of Ling Han with his hands behind his back and his chin slightly raised, revealing an air of arrogance. Has no one ever told you your mouth stinks? Ling Han snorted. Speak less with that stinky mouth. If you must pollute the air, then it looks like I'll have to slap you a few times and wake you up a bit. What an arrogant guy. Ao Jiancheng frowned. Where do you get such courage from? Obviously from my strength. Ling Han hooked his finger in provocation. Come at me. If I don't beat you into a pig head, then I won't be surnamed Han. I certainly want to see how you will beat me into a pig head. Ao Jiancheng laughed coldly, revealing a baleful expression. He was really infuriated. Ling Han attacked. This was Ao Feng's son who chased behind his butt in the previous exam. Since he didn't want to unleash the demon birth sword and there was a strong cultivator secretly watching, it was hard to kill him even if he wanted to. Now, he advanced into the spiritual ocean tier, having the true qualifications to fight him head-on without relying on external forces. Hong, he fired a punch. The Earth's spiritual ocean's origin power burst out violently and poured into his fist as martial intent manifested, forming bright vein-like lines and firing towards Ao Jiancheng. Ao Jiancheng had a stern expression. He dared not to be careless, since his opponent could defeat Yu Kai-yu, meaning he had a battle prowess of at least a shocking 14 stars. He drew his sword, and with a chong, a chilling light like an expanse of autumn waters formed 6 flashes of sword chi, firing at Ling Han. 6 flashes of sword chi meant great mastery. Being able to rank in the 7 sons of Ao family even last Ao Jiancheng's strength was extremely powerful. This was a spirit tool that could increase his battle prowess by 2 stars. The higher the tier, the better effects of spirit tools, medicinal pills, and spirit talismans were. This was obviously the case, so a 2-star increase in battle prowess was already quite considerable. Now, Ao Jiancheng's battle prowess skyrocketed to 16 stars. As the sword struck out with 6 flashes of sword chi moving unhindered, the air was torn apart, forming swirls that kept spinning in the air. In all fairness, Ling Han's cultivation was certainly a shortcoming, and even though his power could rival the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, Ao Jiancheng was in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, not to mention that he might be stronger than an average cultivator with that power. More importantly, fist techniques were Ling Han's forte. 14 stars, nearing 15 stars was his limit at this moment, and it was impossible to increase it. No matter, he also has a spirit tool. Purple Star Handguard. He immediately activated this spirit tool. Wang, under a power boost, his battle power instantly skyrocketed. Power was the most essential core aspect of battle prowess. As power increased, his battle prowess increased correspondingly by a step. However, 15 stars near 16 stars still was a level inferior to Ao Jiancheng. Ling Han still had moves. Heaven Tier's experience was there. Ao Jiancheng's every move could be immediately seen through, including where the next attack would land. Such foresight not only offset the difference in battle prowess of 1 star, but also made Ling Han have the upper hand. Hiss, the people that watched standing in a circle all cried out, this was too inconceivable. Looks like the new friend I made is a downright freak. Yu Kai-yu muttered, and reached to feel the restore origin pills inside his pocket. He now felt a sense of unrealness. Chapter 342, Face Slapping starts with the 7th oldest. Reverie _ Ling Han had the absolute initiative. He hadn't activated the Eye of Truth, or else, Ao Jiancheng's weaknesses would be plain for him to see. As long as their battle prowess wasn't too different, this would definitely be lethal, allowing him to win in a few moves. After all, this was a mystical power. Impossible. Ao Jiancheng bellowed in anger. He was now near his full battle prowess, but he not only couldn't suppress Ling Han, but also lost the upper hand. He couldn't accept this at all. Ling Han smiled slightly, and said, "Nothing's impossible, just behave and get slapped." "You wish." Ao Jiancheng was very conceited. Ranking last amongst the 7 sons of Ao family was something he had to bear temporarily, and sooner or later he would soar into the skies. He hadn't soared yet and already suffered a heavy hit to the head, making everything look chaotic and gloomy. He actually couldn't beat someone at the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier. He absolutely couldn't believe and accept it. "Ah!" he yelled angrily, took out a spirit talisman, and pressed it onto his chest. Instantly, violent origin power overflowed like a sea as his power increased sharply. His battle prowess soared by 2 stars. This allowed him to directly suppress Ling Han, retaking the initiative. The spirit talisman he used was called Small Devil Sky Talisman. It could temporarily increase power, and its effects lasted about 10 minutes. So, he definitely had to defeat Ling Han within this time, or else this precious spirit talisman would go to waste. No way, 7th eldest Ao was forced to use a spirit talisman. It's truly unbelievable, so the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier can be so strong. I've heard of a prodigy called Ling Han in the desolate north. At the first layer of the gushing spring tier, he defeated Feng Yen, who was at the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier. I always thought it was impossible, but seeing this situation, I actually believe it now. That's too surprising. How can someone at the first layer of the gushing spring tier possess such terrifying battle prowess? Just how many stars does this guy's battle prowess have? Everyone looked on, shuddering with fear. It was too unacceptable that a person could be so strong. Even the old spiritual pedestal tier cultivators' brows twitched. They really picked up a jewel. Such a prodigy could be counted first-rate even in the middle state. "Why don't you lose? Lose! Lose!" Ao Jiancheng shouted. If he still couldn't win after activating the spirit talisman, then he would really be disgraced. Ling Han snorted and said, "Quit daydreaming." He finally activated the Eye of Truth. Like golden vein-like lines flashed by, and Ao Jiancheng's each and every move was infinitely slowed down in his eyes. Here, and here, full of weak points. Ling Han was shocked. With his heaven tier experience, he only found 7 of Ao Jiancheng's weak points, but considering both the power and attack speed, none of the 7 weak points could be used. If he picked any of these 7 points to attack, the result would bring destruction to both sides. He had the indestructible heaven scroll and definitely could endure more than Ao Jiancheng, but he refused to win like this. This was Ao Feng's son, so he had to win with ease and verve. Under the Eye of Truth, the number Ao Jiancheng's weak points was enlarged to 19. He immediately began calculating in his mind, simulating the result of an attack on each weak point. An instant later, he found an answer. He charged towards Ao Jiancheng. What? Impossible. Did my vision blur? In the midst of everyone's cries, Ling Han avoided all of Ao Jiancheng's attacks. His body swayed continuously as if he'd turned into a man made of paper. It looked unbelievable and completely unreasonable, but it turned out to be perfect evasion, which allowed him to arrive in front of Ao Jiancheng with ease. Pa! Ling Han raised his hand and threw a slap, landing a solid blow on Ao Jiancheng's face, crisp and clear-sounding. Ao Jiancheng's eyes turned red. He yelled furiously, "I'll kill you." He was beyond furious. How humiliating was it for one of the dignified 7 sons of Ao family to be slapped in public? He attacked in frenzy. However, before Ling Han, who activated the Eye of Truth, What meaning did such counterattacks have? Their strength was about the same, and the effects of the Eye of Truth were extremely amazing. Pa! 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 Ling Han threw slaps continuously, and Ao Jianqing kept being slapped. One tooth after another fell out, but he couldn't resist at all. He could only shout angrily in vain. What meaning did it have that his attacks were brutal if they couldn't land? Enough. The spiritual pedestal tier cultivator could watch no longer. This wasn't called a battle, but a one-sided torture. It wouldn't be a big deal if it were someone else, but Ao Jiancheng was Ao Feng's son, so he couldn't possibly stare blankly while Ao Jiangcheng was humiliated. Otherwise, Ao Feng would definitely give him a hard time. Ao Feng could at least cross into the flower blossom tier in the days to come, and he wouldn't want Ao Feng to bear a grudge against him. Pa, 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 pa. Ling Han whipped out for more slaps, cleaning out all of Ao Jiancheng's teeth before withdrawing his hand and backing down. Ah! There was no way Ao Jiancheng could stomach an insult like this, so he leapt out again towards Ling Han. Sir already said to stop, yet you continue to fight. Are you looking down on Sir? Ling Han taunted Ao Jiancheng. Ao Jiancheng was almost driven mad. Earlier, when the spiritual pedestal tier overseer said to stop, you damned still slapped me 4 times, and now you're trolling me? How shameless can you be? Too base, too lowly, and too treacherous. The spiritual pedestal tier warrior's expression was somewhat gloomy, annoyed at both Ao Jiancheng and Ling Han. These two guys didn't take him seriously at all. One was Ao Feng's son, and the other had freakish battle prowess, which meant boundless prospects. He couldn't do anything about either of them. This naturally made him very morose. Enough, he said coldly. In this battle, the 7th son loses, and Han Ling wins. Yu Kaiyu touched his face and said, compared to the 7th son, I only lost 3 teeth. I guess that counts as preferential treatment, right? What sort of medicine did this guy eat that made him so fierce? The other battles ended one after another, and the other 6 sons of Ao family won, but their expressions were quite terrible. No matter how competitive the atmosphere within the Ao family, they were all Ao family's people as far as outsiders were concerned. Now that the 7th son was slapped publicly and even had all his teeth cleaned out, how could they not be livid? This guy actually dares to humiliate Ao family's people in public. We can't forgive him. Ao Jian said coldly. However, he can defeat 7th so easily. I'm afraid that other than the eldest, the other sons wouldn't be his match. More importantly, that guy's is only in the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier. No matter what spirit tool, spirit talisman, or medicinal pill has used to give him such battle prowess, it's still terrifyingly shocking. The 6 sons of Ao family frowned at the same time as an intense sense of danger arose among them. Chapter 343, 5th Oldest. Reverie _ Ling Han stood on the side, feeling slight pain in his right eye. This was because his cultivation was not sufficient, causing a sense of discomfort after using the Eye of Truth for a short while. He immediately activated the indestructible Heaven Scroll, and with that supreme art circulating, his right eye soon recovered. After all, he'd only used it for a short while, but if he used it for a longer period of time, then it definitely wouldn't recover so easily. Ao Jianqing no longer had the face to stay. He had no chance for top 10 anyways, so he naturally turned to leave. Otherwise, wouldn't he be a laughingstock for others? Everyone looked at Ling Han with shock in their eyes. This guy made his mark with this victory. The 7 sons of Ao family were definite prodigies among the younger generation, although above them were spiritual pedestal tier warriors. All of them were over 30 years old. In the world of marital arts, 30 years of age was the demarcation between the young and the mature. You were young below 30 and mature above you. Of course, the boundaries had to be renewed after crossing into the flower blossom tier, when martial artists' lifespan greatly increased. It could be imagined that after today's exam, the entire Winter Moon sect would be in a commotion, and the old monsters that stayed hidden for a long time could appear, fighting over this exceedingly talented guy to become their direct disciple. Now the battles for top 10 will be carried out, the formidable spiritual pedestal tier said. Only the 10 of you remain, each person has to fight the other 9 once. A win marks 3 points, a draw marks 1 point, and a loss marks none. Each battle will be at most a little over half an hour, and if it runs out, that would be treated as a draw. Start. He swept Ling Han a glance, somewhat irked, but Ling Han's talent was too freakish it didn't matter even if he was annoyed. In a few years, Ling Han's cultivation might surpass him to the point where he could only look up to him. In the martial arts world, only cultivation and strength mattered. Who would look at age and experience? Everyone picked opponents with caution. There was a strategy to this. For example, if one could originally rank in the middle but encountered a formidable foe right away and ended up heavily injured, then one's rank might end up at the bottom. After entering top 10, the reward they received would be much better with every rank, so everyone naturally wanted to scoop up more points. Ling Han was too strong, and Ao Xinglai was probably the only one qualified to be his opponent, so most people wanted to avoid him, facing him and Ao Xinglai as the last 2 opponents. But, how could this be possible? Ao Xinglai also didn't decide to challenge Ling Han first, and instead picked another person as an opponent. Amongst the top 10, 6 were from the Ao family, so Ling Han chose one at random. The chance of encountering Ao family's men reached 2/3. His opponent was Ao Jian, who ranked 5th. Everyone called him Ao the 5th or 5th eldest Ao. Ao Jian dared not to be careless. He stepped forward with a stern expression and his sword in hand. Ling Han smiled slightly, a baleful look in his eyes. He had no positive feelings for anyone in the Ao family, so if he caught one, he'd give them a fierce beating. If he weren't at the Winter Moon sect, he would definitely take the 5th eldest into the Black Tower. Whether he'd just imprison him or kill him, that would be entirely up to his mood. Ao Jian didn't speak superfluous words, simply striking with an ultimate move. As the sword struck out, surprisingly whole 6 flashes of sword chi flew unhindered. The 7 sons of Ao family ruled the roost in the younger generation of the Winter Moon sect. They certainly shouldn't be underestimated. Just looking at the 6 flashes of sword chi, one would know. In the Rain Country, even the older generation of sword users didn't have such strength. The amount of sword chi represented one's understanding of the sword path. Ling Han opened the Eye of Truth, dashing forward and forcibly shuffling through the space between Ao Jian's attacks and arriving with ease before Ao Jian, whose gaze was full of disbelief. Pa, 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 he attacked his face. With each punch thrown, Ao Jian would spit out a mouthful of blood along with the cracked teeth. Ling Han threw a total of 32 punches, and Ao Jian also spat out 32 mouthfuls of blood and 32 broken teeth. Peng! When Ling Han threw the final punch, Ao Jian was sent flying in a parabolic arc, landing heavily on the ground and passing out right away. What? Everyone gasped in astonishment. The saying went, beat someone but not their face, but Ling Han specially beat the face that was too vicious, right? Martial artists wanted face the most, not to mention such proud people like the 7 sons of Ao family. However, the 2 that fought hand-to-hand against Ling Han had all of their teeth cleared out. Would this lead up to a death feud? He was too vicious. Yu Kai-yu involuntarily touched his face, feeling even luckier that he only lost 3 teeth. Ling Han said that he wanted to be friends with him, and it was quite true, but something felt off. This fight ended very quickly. From the start of the battle, Ling Han extremely dominatingly slapped Ao Jian 32 consecutive times, so fast like it was a gust of wind. After the wind blew by, the battle's outcome was decided. That spiritual pedestal tier overseer's expression was a bit gloomier. This was the 2nd son in the Ao family to be cleared of all his teeth. Ao Feng would definitely have a grudge against him for this since he was the supervisor. This was an undeserved catastrophe, making him feel a bit more displeased with Ling Han. Ling Han didn't care about these things and sat down abruptly to recover some of the origin power he expended. Actually, he really didn't expend much origin power. He only did it for show so that he'd appear a bit more normal. It was mainly to relieve the soreness in his eyes. Activating the Eye of Truth 2 consecutive times gave him some pressure. The indestructible heaven scroll already circulated and the discomfort in his eyes disappeared quickly, but this time, it was somewhat slower than the first time. Half an hour later, all the battles ended, and everyone swapped opponents, battling again. This time, Ling Han's opponent wasn't one of the 7 sons of Ao family, and it wasn't a Winter Moon sect disciple either, it was Yang Chong. The little Overlord spear. Brother Han, how could such a strong person like you have no reputation and suddenly pop out today? Yang Chong unleashed his 6-meter-long silver spear. The spear's body was like clear *1, pointing at Ling Han and emitting a terrifying baleful aura. Ling Han smiled slightly and said, "Can't I just cultivate wholeheartedly and make my mark with one brilliant feat? Then Brother Han's restraint is truly worthy of admiration." Yang Chong took sudden large strides and charged towards Ling Han, using the spear like a long rod and fiercely sweeping it horizontally. Hoo! The gust of wind whistled as if a silver dragon, rippling waves of gust. PPA, pa, ceaseless explosive sounds rang out as well. This spear's speed broke through the speed of sound. Ling Han charged up his punch and fired it at the body of the spear. Hong! His punch landed on the body of the spear, and instantly, his whole body trembled fiercely. Every inch was an advantage. This long spear swept horizontally, not only accumulating Yang Chong's full power, but also maximizing the power in the motion. Unless Ling Han's power far surpassed Yang Chong's, this would be the only result of receiving this attack head-on. In contrast, Yang Chong's thenar space cracked open and blood oozed out. However, he immediately changed the sweep to a thrust, plunging towards Ling Han's chest. Sweeping the long spear again like a rod needed lots of room to rotate it, and if he were to sweep again, then it would give Ling Han a lot of time to recover, so how would it be a smart move for him? Thus, he thrust the spear. This was a follow-up move, and one of the strongest moves in Overlord spear art. Chapter 344, Little Overlord Spear. Reverie _ Ling Han's physique was extremely strong. Having formed the rock cliff body, his body was like a rock, difficult to harm by sharp weapons. However, the main power from Yang Chong's attack came from the shock, as if it were shocking his entire body into pieces. For example, a sword slashed on a rock might only burst out a bunch of sparks, and while the rock stayed unharmed, the blade's edge instead would get bent. However, if a hammer was used to smash it, then it was very likely to smash the rock into a pile of rubbles. That was the case now. A wound immediately appeared on Ling Han's hand, and his entire right arm turned fully red. It was the blood that soaked through his clothes. Ling Han grimaced. He was a bit conceited, assuming that when he formed rock cliff body, he could look down on people of the same tier. This attack truly taught him a great lesson. He reached out with his left hand and grabbed at the spear's tip. Audacious! Yang Chong snorted. His nickname was Little Overlord Spear. Who could seize his spear? He thrust the spear hard. Poo, pu, 6 flashes of spear chi were generated and turned into 6 silver spearheads that thrust at Ling Han's shoulder, throat, chest, and face. Ling Han smiled slightly. Would he suffer a second time? Fist chi burst forth, and 6 silver-colored fists appeared, firing towards the spear chi. Peng, 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 muffled sounds reverberated as the spearheads and silver fists clashed. It was clearly visible that the spearheads were completely annihilated, but the silver-colored fists had some energy left, continuing to travel for a distance before being extinguished by the gust brought about by the long spear. Hiss! Everyone was shocked. What was chi? It was power and martial intent combined. Without corresponding martial arts comprehension, chi wouldn't be strong. With only martial arts comprehension and no power, chi also wouldn't be strong. Thus, the collision of chi was the most simple and unadorned impact that couldn't be faked. It was a collision of hard power. Ling Han's chi forcibly suppressed Yang Chong's spear chi. What did this prove? Kick-ass. What's more surprising is that the spear set off Yang Chang's spear. That spear is a spirit tool, right? Yet Han Ling's punch, which was set off completely unarmed, could suppress the spear chi fired by it, proving that Han Ling's martial intent is far above Yang Chang's. Someone saw what was even deeper. There was no doubt, since they were the elites amongst the younger generation in the Winter Moon sect, and had a discerning eye. This freak. He's only 19, wait till he reaches 29 years old. What heights would he reach? He probably might be recruited by a large force in Middle State like Zhu Xian was. He improved relying on medicinal pills anyways. The majority was surprised, but some were disdainful, thinking that everything Ling Han achieved was because of medicinal pills. If they could also receive fostering by endless medicinal pills, they would definitely be stronger than Ling Han. These people were obviously envious. Ling Han grabbed the spear tip, the rock cliff body, on top of origin power, guarded his hand, and vein-like lines spread out, radiating brightly. Yang Chong pulled his spear, but discovered that his spear was as if it were rooted in Ling Han's hand, completely immobile. A baleful look surfaced in his eyes. He stopped pulling, and simply poured all his force on the spear, pressing towards Ling Han. He didn't believe that, under such a thrust, Ling Han could still be as if nothing had happened while holding the spear with his bare palms. One had to know that his spear was a fourth-tier spirit tool. Ling Han snorted and shook his right arm, forcibly pushing the spear aside. Yang Chong was pouring all his strength in, so when the strength resisting him disappeared, he instantly fell forward uncontrollably. Ling Han raised his right fist and left it straight up, placing it on the track where Yang Chong was charging. Yang Chong's expression changed drastically. If he rammed into it, it would be seen as him ramming his face into Ling Han's fist. However, he had just used his full strength to thrust forward, so how could he be able to stop this momentum? Teng, 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 with quick steps, he rammed into Ling Han's fist. From everyone else's perspective, this scene was extremely strange. Ling Han raised his fist long ago, and Yang Chong was as if he were possessed, ramming into it with his face of his own accord. Moreover, it was done with all his might. As the cheek and the fist were about to close contact, everyone closed their eyes, unable to look. This was an obvious tragedy. Yang Chong's face was twisted. He didn't want to, but he really couldn't stop. Pung! His face rammed heavily into Ling Han's fist, and under the forceful impact, he instantly spun rapidly towards one side, almost breaking his neck. Fortunately, with this external force, he was instead able to control his body now. He hurriedly stepped downwards with his feet, forcibly halting the momentum. But how could a face compare to a fist? Not to mention Ling Han's fist was refined by the indestructible heaven scroll, as hard as a rock. The result of this head-on exchange was that the right side of his cheek bulged greatly, making him look like a pig's head. One side was like a pig's head, and the other side was completely normal. Seeing such an intense contrast, people couldn't help but laugh, and quite a few people burst into laughter. Ling Han also laughed. Junior brother Yang is so bold and fierce, actually using your face to attack my fist. My respects, my respects. Could junior brother Yang be planning on abandoning the spear and cultivating the legendary iron-faced art? Being teased like this, Yang Chong was naturally fuming with anger, but no matter how one saw it, it looked like he used his face to ram Ling Han's fist. Ling Han stood completely still, and he was the one who approached it on his own accord. Damn it, this damned bastard. Yang Chong pulled himself together, brandished the silver spear, and said, "The outcome hasn't been decided, don't you get happy too soon." You can justify and speak with such reason while looking like a pig head. Junior brother Yang's legendary iron-faced art is already somewhat successful. Ling Han continued to mock. Damn it. Yang Chong couldn't bear it anymore. He swept the long spear, charging in a frenzy at Ling Han with the same old trick. Ling Han suffered once and wouldn't receive it head-on again unless he formed iron sheet body. With a body like a metal chunk, he probably wouldn't fear such a head-on exchange. He laughed loudly and said, "In 3 moves, I'll make you kneel and sing the conquer song." Bullsh. Yang Chong gained knowledge through pain. He wouldn't give Ling Han the chance to grab his spear as he brandished the long spear in circles smoothly and quickly. Ling Han dove right in. Under the eye of truth, would moves at a mere 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier have no flaws? He charged in front of Yang Chong from an inconceivable route, fired a punch, and said, "A spear's advantage is in its long-ranged attacks and the immense power from sweeps, but at close range, a long spear has not much use and is only a burden." Yang Chong clenched his teeth, and made his left hand available to fend off Ling Han's fist. Pung! He immediately staggered and retreated. However, he was smart, thinking to take advantage of this backward momentum to increase the distance between him and Ling Han before organizing a counterattack. However, how could he use such a small trick in front of Ling Han? Ling Han followed him like one's own shadow. Peng, 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 he threw 2 consecutive punches and sent Yang Chong flying. As expected, he only used 3 moves. Chapter 345, The Final Battle. Ling Han obtained 2 successive victories. Furthermore, each victory was gained very efficiently and his momentum was getting stronger and stronger. The 3rd round of challenges began, and Ling Han encountered yet another one of the 7 sons of the Ao clan. He was the 6th one, and his name was Ao Mingjia. As a result, there was no reason for Ling Han to be reserved. He activated the Eye of Truth and slapped his opponent's face as much as he liked. After 32 heavy punches, Ao Mingjia also became a toothless guy. This time, everyone was now clear. Ling Han definitely nursed a grudge against the Ao family. Against anyone else, Ling Han would merely defeat his opponent. Though he would still heavily wound his opponent, but none of them had such horrible encounters and had all their teeth beaten out of their mouths. However, what kind of existence was the Ao clan in the Winter Moon sect? A boss. The forefather of the Ao family was one of the sect's grand elders, an old monster in the spiritual infant tier. Why did he have to make relations so tense with the Ao family? Even if he was young and hot-blooded, he still shouldn't have acted so arrogant. Ling Han had no need for others to understand the way he did things. He simply waited. The opponent for the next round was also one of the 7 sons of the Ao clan, Ao Xinghan, who was 3rd in the order. Needless to say, the result was that Ling Han gave him a heavy thrashing, and he, too, became a toothless guy. In the next round, Ling Han was up against Si Chi Meng. This girl was indeed very strong. She had charged all the way here, and her current result was 1 victory and 3 losses. Her one and only victory was obtained during her battle with Bai Ming. She was quite straightforward as well, and directly admitted defeat. There was nothing else she could do. Her 3 losses were experienced at the hands of the 7 sons of the Ao clan. Since Ling Han was capable of thrashing the 7 sons of the Ao clan so easily, what need was there to clearly describe the gap between her and Ling Han? She was a delicate beauty, and if she was actually beaten black and blue in front of everyone, how embarrassing would that be? Ling Han currently had 5 victories and 0 losses, and at the moment, was ranked first together with Ao Xinglai and Ao Yuanwei. In the 6th round, he came up against Bai Ming. Bai Ming forfeited. In the 7th round, he was up against Ao Fengxing, and Ao Fengxing actually decisively admitted defeat and escaped the fate of having his face slapped and becoming a toothless guy. This made Ling Han very displeased. His expression was completely black, as if no matter whom he looked at, they were displeasing to his eyes. Everyone felt their faces twitch. Indeed, Ling Han really had a grudge against the Ao clan. It was unacceptable to him even if his opponent admitted defeat, and he would actually be mad because of it. In the 8th round, Ling Han was up against Ao Yuanwei. However, this guy did not admit defeat, and wanted to battle with Ling Han. His ability was indeed slightly stronger than that of the other 5 sons of the Ao clan, but that was only by a small margin. He had just moved to attack when Ling Han instantly activated his Eye of Truth to see the pattern of his attack clearly. Ling Han rushed out and gave him a heavy thrashing. Immediately, he fell to the same fate as his 4 brothers and also became a toothless guy. Ling Han covered his eyes. As he had successively activated the Eye of Truth, the burden was too heavy on him. This was not the kind of injury that could be healed just by circulating the indestructible Heaven Scroll, but rather a powerful weariness that had arisen in his spirit. He would need a long rest to recover after this. In the final battle against Ao Xinglai, it looked like he wouldn't be able to use his Eye of Truth anymore. Otherwise, he could possibly suffer a severe backlash, and that was definitely not a pleasant experience. That was all right. The Eye of Truth was only one of his trump cards. He still had other trump cards, such as the indestructible Heaven Scroll. If worse comes to worst, he'd use his own injuries in exchange for injuring Ao Xinglai and see if that would kill the latter. When he thought of this, Ling Han could not help but exude a powerful vicious aura. Family was his reverse scale, and Ao Feng actually injured his father and imprisoned his mother. This provoked the demonic nature in his bloodstream. This is the final round, begin, the elite of the spiritual pedestal tier said calmly, though his eyes were fixed upon Ling Han and Ao Xinglai. In his opinion, Ao Xinglai was the most likely candidate for the champion, the only possible candidate, but there was actually another with 8 victories and 0 losses now. This was something that he had never imagined would happen. The victor that would emerge between these 2 young men would be the champion of the disciple recruitment trial this time round. However, if Ling Han was the champion, that would make the forefather of the Ao clan very unhappy. That was because the forefather of the Ao clan was the one who had strongly suggested for the Thunder battle armor to be used as the prize for the champion. His intentions were very clear, and that was to make this Thunder battle armor the property of the Ao clan. At first, this was practically assured. All 7 sons of Ao family had stepped out, but the result was really not that certain. Between Ling Han and Ao Xinglai, who was stronger? Before this, no one would have any doubts, and would definitely confirm with absolute certainty that the strongest in the spiritual ocean tier in the Winter Moon sect was definitely Ao Xinglai. But now, after witnessing Ling Han's formidable battle prowess, no one would dare to vouch for it so surely. This young man was really too miraculous. Ling Han faced Ao Xinglai directly. This was Ao Feng's most outstanding son, and if he thrashed him heavily, Ao Feng would definitely be very displeased, wouldn't he? Ling Han could not help but grin and said, "I hope you will not admit defeat." "Huh, do you think I'm one of those trash?" Ao Xinglai asked coldly, his face filled with disdain. These words were a blow against the other 6 sons of the Ao clan, and made the 5 that were still here all look furious. However, their faces were all swollen from Ling Han's thrashing, so one couldn't really tell that there was any change in their expressions. "Very good, then I will have no need to worry." Ling Han released a breath in relief. "I am definitely going to slap your face." Ao Xinglai was so furious that his whole body shook. That was underestimating him too much. "Young man, usually a loose tongue causes a lot of trouble, you have a bad mouth, and a pair of bad hands as well. I will cripple both your arms to let you know that the reputation of the Ao family is not to be tarnished by anyone," he said darkly. He had already suppressed all signs of his rage, which showed his training in martial arts. "Those are nice words, but you need real ability to back them up." Ling Han hooked his finger at him. "Come on, then. My fist can no longer wait to leave a mark on your face." Insolence. Ao Xinglai finally moved. A long sword appeared out of thin air. It was as black as ink, and the moment it appeared, the whole sky darkened for a moment before returning back to normal. "Black, Black Star Sword," the disciples of Winter Moon sect exclaimed in shock. Even the other 5 sons of the Ao clan wore ugly expressions, strong jealousy brimming in their eyes. The Black Star Sword was Ao Feng's signature weapon. It was a level 5 spirit tool, and could be successively activated. Even in the hands of someone in the spiritual ocean tier, it would be able to express the greatest battle prowess at the level of spiritual ocean tier. Now that this Black Star Sword had appeared in Ao Xinglai's hands, this at least clearly signified 2 things. First, Ao Feng saw Ao Xinglai as his real heir, and that was why he had passed on his own weapon to the latter. Second, it was very likely that Ao Feng was really about to step into the Flower Blossom tier, so he could even give his level 5 spirit tool to someone else. That's right. This is the Black Star Sword. Ao Xinglai's face was filled with arrogance, and when he saw the jealous eyes of the other 5 sons, it made him extremely pleased. He had worked hard at cultivating for close to 20 years and did not dare to relax or be careless for even the slightest moment, and now he had finally made it. He was the new representative of the young generation of the Ao clan, the one and only. Han Lin, I am representing the Ao clan to punish you. Ao Xinglai activated the Black Star Sword. One by one, the patterns lit up on the sword, and a terrifying aura emanated from it. Punish your sister. Ling Han humphed. Waving a chicken feather like it is a token of authority, who do you think you are? He took the initiative to attack. A fist flashed out and the images of 7 dragons appeared, heading towards Ao Xinglai in an assault. Chapter 346, Crafty. Ao Xinglai merely gave a cold humph and waved the Black Star Sword. A dark light appeared in which spots of starlight flickered, yet it was this light that easily destroyed the 7 dragon images. This was a 5th-tier spirit tool. Even if it was not fully activated, it still had the power on the level of the spiritual pedestal tier. Ling Han was indeed a monster as he possessed 16 battle stars at the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but how could 16 battle stars compare with the spiritual pedestal tier? That was the same logic as how when Ling Han drew out the demon birth sword when he was merely in the 9th layer of the gushing spring tier and caused even a king of demonic beasts in the spiritual ocean tier to feel dread. Now that the Black Star Sword is out, this guy would only be able to bow down before its might. That's natural. In the hands of Ao Xinglai, even if the Black Star Sword cannot display the might of the spiritual pedestal tier, its grade as a spirit tool is authentic. With Ao Xinglai's prowess, he should be able to release 1% of its power. Such might would qualify him to stand against any opponent below the spiritual pedestal tier. No matter how monstrous you are, it's useless. The spectators commented respectively. From the looks of things, this battle that had at first been filled with uncertainty had lost all suspense, and Ling Han would very quickly be defeated. Ling Han frowned. The Black Star Sword was indeed powerful, and if he were to stand barehanded against it, the results would really be uncertain, unless he could upgrade his physique to the Iron Sheet tier. That would really be enough to stand firm against a mid-level spirit tool. Would he have to use the Demon Birth Sword? A level 10 spirit tool was naturally capable of easily dominating the Black Star Sword, and if these two crashed against one another, he was certain that the Black Star Sword would definitely be shattered. There was no other possible conclusion. But the problem now was that once the Demon Birth Sword was used, how many covetous eyes of those old monsters would this kind of supreme treasure attract? How could it be that he could not deal with a son of Ao Feng without relying on the Demon Birth Sword? Ling Han's pride was instantly challenged. His real trump card was not the Demon Birth Sword, nor was it the indestructible Heaven Scroll. It was the Black Tower within him. Fine, then let us contend with each other for now. Young man, you should also receive a strike from me. Ao Xinglai charged over, sword in hand. He waved the Black Star Sword, and instantly, 6 flashes of sword chi rushed forwards. Every flash of sword chi was as black as ink. These flashes of sword chi have been compounded by the Black Star Sword and possessed the destructive nature of the Black Star Sword. Ling Han's fist shot forwards, 6 flashes of fist chi formed into 6 dragon images and met the incoming sword chi. Pu, 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 pu. Every flash of sword chi sliced each dragon image in 2, and it seemed as if the 6 flashes of sword chi were practically unscathed, continuing to slash towards Ling Han. Exclamations of surprise arose from the audience. In the battle that Ling Han had against Yang Chong's spear chi was similarly compounded by his spirit tool, yet was completely unable to stand firm against the fist Qi Ling Han delivered through his bare fists, but now, it was completely the other way round. They could only say that the Black Star Sword was really too strong. Don't think that there was merely a small margin that separated a level 4 and a level 5 spirit tool. How many martial artists were separated by the breach from one martial arts tier to the next? In the eyes of one in the spiritual pedestal tier, all in the spiritual ocean tier could completely be considered mere ants. Ling Han's figure swayed, he used the shadow wind motion. He dodged all 6 flashes of sword chi as if he himself was a ghost. Ha ha ha, you can't even receive one flash of sword chi from me, yet you still dream of exchanging blows with me? Ao Xing Lai sneered. He himself already possessed 16 battle stars, but together with the Black Star Sword, he had battle prowess that was close to 1 battle star of the spiritual pedestal tier. How could this not even sweep away all opponents in the spiritual ocean tier? This guy has the Black Star Sword in hand, and could completely dominate Han Ling single-handedly. He does not need to worry over wasting any energy at all. Yet previously, he had not challenged Han Lin at all and allowed us to be humiliated, Ao Feng Xing said in a low voice to the other 4 brothers, a cold light flickering in his eyes. Despicable. Ao Jian's hands curled tightly into fists. He was just planning to use Han Lin to trample over all of us, and then he would come up with a dominating victory. That way, everyone in the world would only remember that there is an Ao Xing Lai in the Ao clan. Let us join forces, otherwise, we would completely appear inferior to him. Ao Mingjia suggested. All right. Agreed. The other 5 sons of the Ao clan nodded respectively. Later, they would go seek out Ao Jiancheng. They did not believe that with the combined forces of 6 of the 7 sons of Ao family, they would still be unable to defeat Ao Xing Lai, who was all by himself. Who? The Black Star Sword waved forwards in a slash. The 6 flashes of sword chi that shot forwards were like black dragons, indestructible and shockingly terrifying. From the looks of things at the moment, Ao Xing Lai was indeed dominating the battle single-handedly, and showed an invincible image. No matter how anyone looked at it, there was no way Ling Han would be able to win. Meanwhile, Ling Han was very troubled. He had at least 4 ways in which he could turn the flow of the battle around. The first was for the Black Tower to express its might. According to Small Tower, it was capable of even destroying this whole world. However, this would attract the attention of those supreme bosses in the upper realm. In that case, the Black Tower would definitely be snatched away, and he would be killed like an ant. There was no need to consider this option. The second way was for the Black Tower to instill power into him and allow his cultivation level to soar all the way up to the first layer of spiritual pedestal tier. Then, he would be able to smack Ao Xing Lai to death with a casual wave of his hand. However, the later the installation of power from the Black Tower takes place, the better it would be for him. This implicated a chance for him to wash away his flaws and cleanse his essence, and Ling Han did not want to waste it simply like this. At the moment, he was not considering this option. The third was to draw out the Demon Birth Sword, but he had already considered the consequences of such a move previously, so he similarly put this option aside. Then there was only the fourth option left, and that was to once again activate the Eye of Truth to distinguish the weak points of his opponent. If Ao Xing Lai was really in the spiritual pedestal tier, the Eye of Truth would be useless. A mystical power was not a divine being, and could only upgrade his battle prowess to a certain limit. However, Ao Xing Lai was only capable of having a sliver of the battle prowess of the spiritual pedestal tier by depending on the Black Star Sword, and this gave Ling Han a slight chance. He could only choose to suffer the backlash. Compared with the other 3 options, using the Eye of Truth was still the safest option. Wang, immediately, a gold-colored pattern lit up in his right eye. The world appeared in front of his eyes in a different form. Time slowed down incredibly, or even stagnated. Yet at the same time, a stream of bloody tears dripped from his eye. Since he had overused the Eye of Truth, he ultimately still suffered much. Kill. Ling Han suddenly advanced and charged towards Ao Xinglai. He dodged the Black Star sword and the 6 flashes of sword chi, and faced Ao Xinglai directly. Hiss! Everyone was astonished. Ling Han actually managed to break through successfully. Could it be that the flow of the battle was going to be turned around now? Yet Ao Xinglai did not show the slightest bit of anxiety, and said coldly, I already knew that your movements are weird, so how could I not have made prior preparations? His sword trembled, and there actually shot forward another flash of sword chi. 7 flashes of sword chi. No one could have guessed that Ao Xinglai had still kept some of his ability in reserve. His limit was not 6 flashes of sword chi, but rather 7. Ruler, a ruler of martial arts. What a crafty guy. The 7th flash of sword chi was as black as ink, and struck towards Ling Han's chest. Even Ling Han had not foreseen this would happen. However, he had lived 200 years in his last life, and in the last period of his lifetime, he had traveled to various unimaginably dangerous ancient sites, so his ability to cope with sudden changes was definitely first grade. Otherwise, he would have long died an uncountable number of times. His figure inconceivably turned over and managed to avoid the fatal injury to his chest. At the same time, his right fist continued in an attack towards Ao Xinglai's face. Pung! A strike instantly hit right below Ling Han's ribs. How powerful was the sword chi that it managed to tear an opening in his defenses of the body of rock cliff. Blood gushed forth as if it was from a fountain, and Ao Xinglai was also flung away from this punch. Ao Xinglai landed on the ground with a somersault. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood which contained 2 shattered pieces of his teeth. He could not help but be both angered and shocked. Though Ling Han's injury was far heavier than his own, he had actually used the Black Star sword. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.